NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm David Asman, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, December 26, 2024. I'm Jared Halpern. Newly elected senators are eager to get to work on what they say is a mandate for disruption.
Americans want results, and results are going to require change, disruption, and the willingness, to do things differently.
We speak with Montana Senator-elect Tim Sheehy.
I'm Lisa Brady. He wants the new U.S. president to have success.
People think, well, what's the number one export of America? Is it energy? Is it technology? Is it a consumer good or service? No, none of those. For 200 years, the number one export of America is the American dream.
We speak with Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary.
And I'm Rabbi Sam Bregman. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
A dozen new people will join the club of U.S. senators next year, with more to come, with vacancies soon opening up in Ohio and Florida. And when those senators are sworn in on January 3rd, the expectation is it will be a busy first few weeks, filled with confirmation hearings and votes on President-elect Trump's nominees. Then there's the ambitious legislative agenda, as the chamber will be led by Republicans for the first time in 4 years.
We have a mandate from the American people. A mandate not only to clean up the mess left by the Biden-Harris-Schumer agenda, but also to deliver on President Trump's priorities.
That's South Dakota Republican Senator John Thune, shortly after he was elected the next majority leader.
And this Republican team is united. We are on one team. We are excited to reclaim the majority and to get to work with our colleagues in the House to enact President Trump's agenda.
Of course, Thune is the incoming majority leader because Republican candidates flipped 4 seats. One of those flips was in Montana.
Number one top priority, of course, is getting our cabinet nominees confirmed.
Republican Tim Sheehy defeated 3-term incumbent Democrat John Tester.
We've got to get the administration in place. Last time with Trump, we saw just a massive coordinated resistance movement on the part of the Democrats. And the best thing we can do to prevent that is make sure we get the cabinet nominees in place as quickly as possible so they can get to work as quickly as possible. The American people delivered a mandate on November 5th. They want results. So we need to get to work, and that aggressive schedule you mentioned from Senator Thune is exactly what we need to do. We need to hit the ground running, nights, weekends, holidays, whatever it takes to get these folks in place so we can get to work for the American people.
Have you had an opportunity to meet with any of the President-elect's cabinet nominees yet who you'll be voting on?
I have met with many of them. Some of them I know personally. In fact, Doug Burgum, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, Lee Stefanik. So we got a great lineup, and I'm excited about all of them.
You don't have any concerns about any of the names that have been put forward?
No, listen, the core message that I think that the American people delivered in our election showed is that Americans want results. And results are going to require change, disruption, and the willingness, to do things differently. We cannot keep this inertia of a massive, unaccountable, ineffective bureaucracy going. And I think Americans have understood that, and they've spoken with that. So some of these nominees are obviously first-time to government folks or you've never been in these positions. And that's a good thing because we need fresh perspective, and I think all of these nominees are going to deliver that.
Let me ask you about something that appears to be on the agenda very early, at least according to the speaker, this idea of raising the debt limit. President-elect Trump wanted Congress to do that before the end of this year. They obviously rejected that idea, but it will set up potentially a pretty big question for folks like you pretty early in the new year. Have you had any time to consider your views on raising or eliminating the U.S. borrowing limit, the U.S. debt limit?
Well, I think one of the core messages that again this election delivered is we have to rein in our budget crisis, which we have. And I call it that because that's what it is. We have a fiscal crisis in the American government, and we have to fundamentally change how we're doing business to get that done. And I think the core initiatives of the Trump administration, really embodied in the DOGE effort led by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, are going to deliver that. But, of course, in the meantime, we have to have a functioning system of government to get there. So, raising the debt limit, of course, is one of those initiatives. Obviously, the House is going to have to, take their run at it here. They've already voted once. But, in the coming months, we'll see if they do it again. But we have got to fundamentally change how we operate fiscally in this country. And, that does not start with raising taxes on American people. That starts with reducing the size of government and stopping the complete fiscal insanity that comes from the U.S. federal government. So I think the DOGE efforts and a lot of other efforts around that are going to start delivering some fiscal responsibility, which we sorely need.
I mean, but that's kind of a mixed message, isn't it? Raising the debt limit, raising the borrowing limit, while also calling for restraint, calling for spending cuts.
Yeah, there's no question it's a conundrum that we're in. And raising the debt limit, really what we've learned with these government shutdowns, when we do have the shutdowns, when nothing really is saved. We don't save any money doing that. Right. Raising the debt limit, will allow us to have a functioning government for a period of time while we do some of these structural repairs that are going to take time. We're not going to be able to rip out $10 trillion in our federal budget, in ripping out $10 trillion of debt from our country. We need to do $36 trillion, but really to start making an impact on our long-term borrowing curve, we're going to have to find a way to get $10 trillion of debt off our books. We're going to have to find a way to balance our budget. Those are massive structural changes that are not going to happen in the next 90 days. They're not going to happen in the next year either.
Well, and that's kind of where I was going to go, right? You mentioned the DOGE effort being led by Elon Musk, being led by Vivek Ramaswamy. Obviously, the Congress is going to have to play a leading role in that as well. Musk has suggested cutting $2 trillion in federal spending. Do you think there's $2 trillion that can be cut from federal spending?
I think there is. And I'll tell you one thing, having been a businessman, I've started businesses from scratch. I've made far more mistakes in businesses than I have successes, but I think the successes that we have made have come from the fact that we quickly recognize our mistakes and act accordingly. Usually there's a lot more budget to cut than you think there is. You think you're going to hit muscle when you cut 10% and you realize, man, I can get down to 30 or 40% here. A lot of things we think we need, we really do not. And I think unfortunately, this movement of, we got to protect our institutions. Well, we got to protect the institutions that are actually delivering results for the American taxpayer. And many of our institutions are not. Many of our institutions that we, preserve to the tunes of billions and billions of dollars a year aren't delivering results for the American taxpayer. And I think that's at the core of this is we're going to have to find that $2 trillion. It's not going to be easy. No one said it was going to be easy. Not everyone's going to be happy, but there's going to have to be tough decisions made. And, the DOD hasn't passed an audit in 7 years. I'm very supportive of rebuilding our military and making sure we have the strongest, most capable military force in the world. But at the same time, if they are fiscally irresponsible and unable to manage their budget, we have to act on that and we have to change it.
So you're open to cuts at the defense level?
It's not even cuts. So I think that's the fundamental disconnect here is people equate money with results and money with excellence. A bigger budget does not mean more output. And we are spending more on our DOD, than we've spent ever from a pure dollar standpoint. From a percentage of GDP, we spend more than almost anyone in the world. Yet you look at our pound-for-pound impact of our military spending, and we get less than Russia and China out of our military budget pound for pound. So the efficiency of that system is not there. So we have to find a way to make, if we're going to spend $900 billion a year on defense spending, we should be getting $900 billion a year of result, and we are not.
I mean, what about Social Security, Medicare? Also big expense items that generally are not real popular to cut. We saw a vote just last week in the Senate to gradually raise the retirement age. I think it got a handful of votes, but certainly nowhere near what you'd be looking at to make, reforms to that program.
Again, we've got to keep our promises to people that we've made as a society. Folks have been paying into these programs their entire professional career. So going and pulling the rug out from under them, especially when they're at a key point in their life where they need those benefits, is not the path forward. But we also know that the government is not the most efficient conduit to do anything. Our healthcare system, we're spending more on healthcare than we've ever spent in the history of our country. And that's a mix of Medicare, Medicaid, VA benefits, Indian healthcare service, private health insurance. Lump it all together. We're spending more on healthcare than we have ever spent as a nation by far, and yet our life expectancy is going down. So once again, like the DOD, we're spending tremendous amounts of cash on problems, on issue sets, and the results are not reflecting that ratio of spend. So equating more money with better results is just that's not an authentic comparison, and I think that's what we have to get away from in our government infrastructure, which is assuming that simply spending more money on something is going to make the result better.
Let me just ask kind of the personal side of getting sworn in as senator. I mean, you live on a pretty big ranch out there in Bozeman, right?
Yeah, we're out in Montana, and we're a long way from everything, so it's going to be...
What do you feel about moving out here?
Well, we have a 2-bedroom apartment right there on Capitol Hill where I can walk to the Capitol, so it's going to be a big change for our kids. But, my wife, she was a Marine Corps officer. Obviously, I was in the military as a SEAL officer, so, we're used to tours of duty, and that's what we're kind of characterizing this as, is that's a tour of duty. So, we homeschool our kids, so we're relatively mobile, and we will not be moving the family to D.C. We live... our farm and ranch out here in Montana. But whenever I'm there for long periods of time, like this cabinet nominee schedule, we'll be able to have them out there with me and make sure that they are still there with me as a family, and we can still focus on the core mission.
Well, it'll sound like you're ready to go, and I know you're eager to get to work. I am excited to meet you when you get sworn in here in a couple of weeks. We'll talk then. Have a great rest of your week. A very happy New Year as well, Senator.
Great.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366 for a free consultation. For 17 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Battling for years and years stuck in the endless cycle of minimum payments could take decades. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Total Financial Freedom now at 800-832-2366. That's 800-832-2366. 800-832-2366. Not available in all states.
Driving is a freedom we often take for granted. But what happens when that freedom is taken by an unexpected breakdown? No one needs it, and who can afford it? With prices skyrocketing, we can barely afford a trip to the grocery store, let alone a car breakdown. But you can help protect yourself and your wallet by picking up the phone and calling my friends at CarShield. Call CarShield right now, 800-898-6155. For over 20 years, CarShield has been helping Americans protect their out-of-warranty vehicles, whether car, truck, or SUV. Protecting up to 5,000 parts and systems in nearly all makes and models. And with affordable monthly plans to fit any budget, you have to call CarShield folks right now. 800-898-6155. That number again, 800-898-6155. Or visit carshield.com/Levin. That's carshield.com/LEVIN for a free quote and 20% off. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusion at carshield.com.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
I'm Gary Barbera.
I'm Gary Barbera.
Season's greetings from the Barbera Bear family to your family. Is Fox Chase Cancer Center and U.S. Marines Toys for Tots the best? Boy, I guess. Boom, shakalaka.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most. Happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, December 26th. This is the Fox News Rundown. President-elect Trump has renewed interest in the U.S. expanding its territory.
While announcing his nominee to serve as U.S. ambassador to Denmark, President-elect Trump said U.S. ownership of Greenland is an absolute necessity for national security and freedom throughout the world. He suggested the U.S. purchase of Greenland near the Arctic during his first term, but was rebuffed by Danish leaders. Greenland is a territory of Denmark. President-elect Trump is also threatening to nix the Jimmy Carter-era treaty with Panama that gave that country control of the Panama Canal. The president-elect says fees being charged to U.S. vessels are ridiculous and a complete ripoff and will immediately stop. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Donations are pouring in ahead of the president-elect's inauguration.
For the budget for that inauguration, likely an afterthought. That's because Fox has learned from a source on the inaugural committee that has so far received $200 million in pledged donations. To compare, President Biden's inauguration committee raised around $62 million in 2021. So this year, Trump is actually shattering his own record set in 2017. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos among donors. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg as well, along with the CEOs of OpenAI and Uber. The list of major corporate donors is diverse. It includes Toyota, which followed Ford in donating $1 million to Trump's inauguration.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. Iran's government says it will lift restrictions on WhatsApp.
Outside of the U.S., messaging apps are popular for their use of data networks opposed to phone service, iMessage, or SMS, which may come with limitations or restrictions based on where people are located, as in differing countries. One such service is WhatsApp, operated by Meta, and for a while now, the app had been blocked by Iran's government. But now that government says it is lifting those restrictions. The restrictions went into place after the rulers of the Islamic Republic learned it was being used to plan protests, forcing dissidents to try relying on VPNs or other concealing tech to keep messaging one another. Eben Brown, Fox News.
California businesses are tasked with replenishing the state's unemployment insurance fund, and they're not happy about it.
At Ola Cafecito in Hanford, California, Elizabeth Moreno brews up some tasty beverages.
We are a husband and wife-owned coffee shop.
And while some of the drinks might be sweet, a recent tax increase for California businesses like hers is leaving a bitter taste.
We already pay so much, we get taxed left and right.
This year, businesses in the Golden State are paying $21 more per employee in taxes as a contribution to California's Unemployment Insurance Fund. And according to the California Chamber of Commerce, businesses can expect a $21 tax hike per employee per year for the next 6 to 10 years.
That's Fox Business correspondent Max Gordon reporting from Hanford, California. It happens every holiday season on the day after Christmas. You wonder what to do if you need to dispose of a real Christmas tree. Fox's Gernell Scott has an idea.
If you live in New York City, the Parks Department annually puts on what's called Mulch Fest. On the day after Christmas, strip the tree of all its ornaments and get it to a city park location during open hours, where they will ground it into mulch and give it back to you to reuse. More than 46,000 trees were recycled last year. You've got until January 12th to do it. Around the country, Pittsburgh does the same from now through January 26th, and so does New Braunfels, Texas, northeast of San Antonio. But you've only got until January 11th. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
It's the final Thursday night football game of the year.
Seattle's playoff fate won't be decided on Thursday night football, but Seahawks' life will be a lot harder if they don't get the win. Meanwhile, it's a lost season for Chicago, which already fired its head coach, but still worth watching for the development of quarterback Caleb Williams. Greg Thompson, Fox News.
I'm Deborah Valentine on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Phil Almquist giving the Kayal and Company flag to Jeremy. He's the recipient for the week.
You promise you'll fly it on your truck and you'll return it next week.
100%.
Okay. All right.
You have other people in the hopper stocker, so to speak, or how can people request the flag?
Probably won't be till January until you can do it, but we have other people. If you want to fly the flag high on your truck or house or whatever, you have to display it. It can't sit in the back of your truck like it did for Kayal. Send me an email, greg.stocker@odyssey.com.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 28th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Land Rover Range Rovers, each valued at over $150,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 30th and December 28th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home that you think was full of you-know-what, trying to sell you a bunch of stuff that you don't need? Look, if your furnace or heat pump need to be fixed, we'll send one of our technicians out to do one thing: fix it. And if we do think you need a new furnace or heat pump, we'll send out one of our factory-trained teams to install state-of-the-art Trane heating system to keep you warm. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-411-2215. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our tax relief hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pension seized. Call now. Call 800-411-2215. That's 800-411-2215. 800-411-2215.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
It's back to work on Wall Street today after the early close on Tuesday and the markets being closed for Christmas Day yesterday. Tuesday's abbreviated session was a good one. The Dow was up 390, up for the fourth day in a row. The Nasdaq gained 266, and the S&P 500 picked up 66. Both of those indices up for the third straight session. Today we'll get weekly mortgage rate and unemployment figures. The estimate is for 225,000 first-time filings. And in case you missed it earlier in the week, Nissan and Honda formally exploring a merger, which would create the world's third largest automaker. The companies hope to complete the deal by August 2026. Mitsubishi, which is 1/4 owned by Nissan, will decide by next month if it wants to join the group. And department store Nordstrom has agreed to be taken private by Nordstrom family members and a Mexican retail group in a $6.25 billion deal. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The 2024 presidential race had many surprises, but at least one thing remained constant. The economy is the top issue for voters. During the closing days of the campaign, I spoke with Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary, who says he roots for any U.S. president to have success. He talked about the importance of policy over personality and the American dream and what investors were betting on as they tried to navigate very different visions for the country. Here's my conversation with Kevin O'Leary, which aired on October 25th. Two very different economic agendas are on the ballot in November.
We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, and drill, baby, drill.
At an Arizona rally last night, former President Trump repeating his plan to use ramped-up energy production to lower prices, along with tax cuts he says will help spur a manufacturing renaissance. Vice President Harris says Trump will help the rich and that her plans are focused on a middle class that she acknowledges needs help.
One piece of my opportunity economy is we got to deal with the reality of where we are right now. The American dream for previous generations was something that people could kind of count on, not so much anymore in terms of home ownership.
As voters make up their minds, investors are weighing the pros and cons too, trying to best position themselves for a new administration.
What's unique about this race is how close it is, because a lot of investors that are institutional buy data. They buy poll results, or sometimes sponsor their own panels to try and figure out.
Kevin O'Leary, chairman of O'Leary Ventures and star of ABC's Shark Tank.
Because we have a real difference in policy between these two candidates. Think about investors, they don't really get that emotionally involved who wins. They care more about the policy. And I'll give you an example. If you thought Harris was going to win, that's going to be sort of a top-down government that chooses sectors, decides which sectors to fund. If you look at something like the Chips and Science Act, that is a very sectoral act. It's a lot of money, a lot of taxpayers' dollars for one sector. Or the Inflation Acceleration Act, or whatever, that's what I call it, because boy, that caused inflation like crazy. That is government handing out money. In the case of that act, none of it went to small business. It's just the S&P 500. And then to pay for that, they raised taxes by 30-40% up to 28. So the government is taking money from everybody else, and they're deciding where to deploy it, which is kind of a European model.
You're talking about the corporate tax rate.
Corporate tax rate, which that's very concerning, because last time we raised corporate tax rates to 28 and add state on top of that, we had many headquarters moving to Ireland, and that will start again pretty quickly. That's the unintended consequence of a policy like that. So I'm not a big fan of that idea, but I have to deal with it if it happens. In the case of a Trump mandate, taxes probably stay where they are. He extends his tax cuts. He lets it be jump ball. He doesn't support one sector or another. So in the case, if you thought he was going to win, you would be going long energy. It's the lowest PE of all the sectors in the economy. So I'd be investing in energy stocks, exploration stocks, fracking stocks, oil pipelines, that kind of thing. Anwar would be probably back on the table again with him. But you don't know that, because the data there's 43 counties in 7 states, and the panels are sometimes less than 1,000 people. So the margin for error is 4.7%, and the spread is 4% or, less. And so you just don't know. I have no idea who's going to win, but I don't shill for politicians. I shill for policy, because I know with certainty when I wake up in the morning, who's ever president, I have to work with them. And so my counterparts in institutional capital, we've never seen a race this tight.
The former president is, as you kind of alluded to, backing more energy production as a way, he argues, if you lower energy costs, then you're helping to lower prices on many things. He's also talking about more tariffs, though, which critics argue could raise prices on things. So,
Well, let's discuss the tariffs for a minute, because I have been extremely vocal in the last couple of weeks about tariff policy, and there's been a lot of confusion about what Trump is doing. And not that I'm an advocate for Trump, but I am an advocate for using. Let's just take China. Let's get focused for a second here. I don't like tariffs with trading partners. I would prefer to have a non-tariff level playing field with every country we do business in. But when India throws on a 10% tariff onto something, we have to reciprocate. And so within our own trading partners that are not adversaries and European partners and allies in NATO or whatever, we do have tariffs back and forth. But China's different. China came into the, WTO in 1999.
World Trade Organization.
Yes, World Trade Organization. And the promise was basically imputed in that entry, because they had been held back for decades, was you're going to play fair. You're going to do this. You're going to have reciprocal rights on property, on IP rights, on litigation, ownership, all of these issues. That is not what happened at all. They became worse.
In fact, they steal our U.S. intellectual property, right?
Yeah, I love it when people you're right, but it's worse than that. I mean, I actually do business there. I invest there in molds, manufacturing, distribution. They cheat, they steal, they lie, and they laugh about it. They think it's so much fun, because we look like idiots to the leadership there, not the Chinese people. I deal with people in China that run factories and all the rest of that. There's nothing wrong with those people. The government policy there by the supreme leader is all about how much can I steal IP? They do this all the time. All the time. I have countless examples of this. The one that everybody in America understands that they should focus on, because it's coming up to a theater near you quite soon, is TikTok. So Congress, who represents the people, made a bipartisan decision to ban TikTok, which everybody knows is Chinese spyware. It's going to be shut off midnight January 19th.
Unless it's the parent company divests.
To an American or approved syndicate of buyers. I'm one of those syndicates. I'm trying to buy TikTok, so I'm very familiar with this situation.
Trump routinely calls Harris a socialist. She called herself a pragmatic capitalist this week. How do you see her?
You know, I'm in a really precarious position because I don't shill for politicians. If she becomes president, I want her to be successful, and I'm going to have to work with her because I do a lot of government-private projects, some data center building right now, for example. You have to work with both local and federal government on this stuff. And so my problem with her right now is I don't know what her policies are. I really don't know. All of the celebrity interviews and the kumbaya stuff with Oprah, that's all worthless to me. I mean, there's no information in that. You know, the politics of joy and all that. That's just. I need answers, for example, because I'm in real estate. Specifically, how are you going to build 3 million new homes when zoning is at the state level? Or are you going to allow us as developers to actually build on federal land and license it or let us buy it specifically?
Those are important details.
Well, I need to interview her because no one seems to be willing to ask her that question. Secondly, price gouging on grocery, a business that I invest in, 3.5% gross margins, the thinnest margins of any sector in our economy. Specifically, how would you put price controls into that sector? Because can you imagine the Ministry of Price Gouging being an additional regulatory force on a small corner grocer? That's basically un-American, and we've tried it. They tried it in Soviet Union, they try it in Venezuela, they tried it in Cuba. I need to know that. I need to specifically ask her, is that for real? Why would you do that? Do you understand the impact that would have?
Well, and in the meantime, there's still a big disconnect between, the various reports that show the economy kind of, chugging along, improving in certain ways, like with cooling and inflation. That's not what people are feeling in poll after poll still.
No, because what they're feeling is inflation in 3 specific areas: energy costs, housing, mortgage, or rent, and protein food. And those they're still trading at 18 to 22% above where they were pre-pandemic. And there is no question we printed too much money. The Inflation Acceleration Act was brutal because if you look at American job creation, 62% of jobs are created in companies between 5 and 500 employees, and none of that went to them. It all went to the S&P 500, which many jobs are offshore. So that makes no sense whatsoever. And part of what I do now on the Hill, because I'm very fortunate to be known as a bipartisan guy, I'm an advocate for entrepreneurship. Even Elizabeth Warren wants jobs in Massachusetts. But, I was able to go and talk to the legislature in Mass, where my family grew up, where my kids were born and raised. And I left there when they put on all the punitive taxes, and I moved to Florida. When most of my neighbors from my neighborhood and my school's friends, they're all in Florida too. So that state is no longer competitive. And I went and saw the legislature say, you know who I am. I'm a neighbor of you people, and we've got to fix this.
One quick thing about the retail and grocery chains that are slashing prices lately. Target, Walmart, Aldi. Is that an ominous sign ahead of the holiday season?
It depends what category you look at. You know, they have multiple categories. They're very, very good at managing these categories, but they have to forecast demand in a 90-day cycle. And so they're also in flux trying to figure out what's next after the election. There's a lot of volatility pre-election in any 4 or 8 year cycle. And so if you really thought we were going to hit a recession, which we haven't had yet, you would be pulling back on expensive consumer electronics, not necessarily food, because that's, you know, something that's an essential. But sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. Sometimes it's specific to one large retailer. My concern that I voice, you know, about leadership, any leadership, including Harris versus Trump, there's only one job a president has, and hear me on this. People think, well, what's the number one export of America? Is it energy? Is it technology? Is it a consumer good or service? No, none of those. For 200 years, the number one export of America is the American dream. That's the reason most capital comes to this country. That's the reason people drown in rivers under barbed wire trying to get in here. That's why I'm here. I'm half Irish, half Lebanese. This is the most successful economy on earth and has been for 200 years. And so I want success in the White House because I know it's a fleeting position, but what never dies is the American dream. And I'm part of that. I'm an ambassador for the American dream. That's what I do.
Kevin O'Leary, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Folks, the unprecedented conviction of former President Donald Trump has thrown our nation into uncharted territory. Trust me, things are going to get worse before they get better. The political turmoil and uncertainty ahead could have severe consequences for our economy and financial markets. But in times of crisis, there is always opportunity. Right now, I see that opportunity in gold. As political tensions rise and the dollar's future becomes uncertain, gold has the potential to reach new heights. That's why I trust Advantage Gold. They are the experts in helping Americans safeguard their wealth with precious metals. Call them today at 800-900-8000 to get their free 2024 gold and silver kit, plus a special Jason Hansen discount with up to $1,300 if you qualify. While the future is certainly unpredictable, your financial security doesn't have to be. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your discount and bonus. Again, 800-900-8000. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A long-standing sweet Christmas Eve tradition continues in South Philly, and 2 men are charged in the shooting death of a man on I-95 in October of last year. And SEPTA welcomes 16 new officers as they move closer to becoming fully staffed.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Deborah Valentine. A passenger airplane crashes in Kazakhstan, killing 38 people. Here's Fox's Evan Brown.
The Embraer 190's pilot reportedly was attempting an emergency landing in the city of Akatu in Kazakhstan after striking birds.
There are 29 survivors. The cause of the Christmas Eve crash during inclement weather remains under investigation. 2 women have died. 1 person remains in the hospital after gunfire erupted outside of an IHOP in Miramar, Florida. 2 bullet-riddled vehicles were towed from the scene. Police aren't yet saying what precipitated the shootings. Syria's new interior minister said that 14 of its forces were killed, 10 others wounded in clashes with former President Bashar al-Assad's administration. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In Christmas Day NFL action, the Kansas City Chiefs beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, clinching the top seed in the AFC. And that gives the Chiefs both a first-round bye in the playoffs and home field advantage up until the Super Bowl. Meanwhile, the Baltimore Ravens blew out the Houston Texans 31-2 as quarterback Lamar Jackson threw for 2 touchdowns and ran for another. In the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves avenged their loss in last year's Western Conference Finals by beating the Dallas Mavericks. But worse than the loss for Dallas, MVP candidate Luka Doncic left the game early with a calf strain. Early reports are that it could be a long-term injury. And that's sports in the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
You can get away with a lot of things in modern sports. Things that we wouldn't have seen Dick Butkus do back in the day. Things that we wouldn't have seen Ken Stabler do back in the day. There are certain aspects of it that have changed, that have progressed. Maybe some of you like it, maybe some of you don't, but it has changed. That's one that hasn't. If you were told by the coach to go in a team sport, to help your team, to go in and play for someone that's hurt, that is the time to put aside any selfish feelings you have about teammates, any problems you have with management, any issue you have with a head coach, and you put your helmet on and you get your ass in the game and you do the best that you can during that time. Then you can go right back to the sideline to bitching right when the game's over, if you want. But you play the game. You don't deny yourself the opportunity to help your team and compete in the game. That cardinal rule was violated. So, Devondre Campbell, he's out.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could beat lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text EDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 42424. That's EDGE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, 1210 WPHT. Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, America, and happy Boxing Day. I don't know anybody else who's up this early, ready to get their day started. But if you're up, and if you're listening, and if you're ready to go, early bird getting the worm. Welcome to what's going to be an information-packed morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. here on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish, guest hosting today for the esteemed cast and crew of Kayal and Company. Phil Almquist, Jim Kelly, holding down the fort, back at home base. You got to love it. We are going to have quite the morning, folks. We're going to have quite the morning. There is a debate that has broken out about skilled immigrants and deportations and what should we do, and nobody wants to address the root of the problem. We'll get to that a little bit later as we all start to wake up on this Boxing Day. It is, they call it Boxing Day. They call it Boxing Day in Canada and Australia and New Zealand. They say those are the Commonwealth countries. They still have kings, right, or queens. They still, I think, have some sort of loyalty to the British monarchy. We have this debate over immigration, H-1B, skilled labor. How many of us actually believe in the merit-based system, and how many of us on the right actually think we should just be handed things? We'll talk about it. We'll get to that. New York City, should I call it a subway scandal? There is crime being committed on the New York City subway system and within the New York City subway system, and it is now reaching 25-year highs. Don't tell the governor of New York, the bucktooth bandit of Buffalo. She doesn't know that. She'd prefer to be ignorant to that fact. That's nice. Donald Trump with a Christmas message for the ages yesterday. We'll give our little spin on that a little later today. He continues to troll Canada and Greenland. A lot of fun. Talking about the Panama Canal as well. And all of his manifest destiny aspirations. We got a lot going on. And a lot to get to all morning long. Subway attacks, Grand Central Station, your Christmas hangovers, the immigration debate. I don't think it's about immigration, folks. I think we're missing it. I think we're overlooking the root cause of the issues here when we talk about foreign workers taking American jobs. We have to look at this reasonably now. How many of us have clamored for a merit-based system, and now we are all of a sudden abandoning that philosophy? The root cause of that, the root cause of the issue that we are concerning ourselves with right now is education. And nobody wants to talk about education because it's boring. Maybe a lot of people don't like to talk about it because they themselves feel the system failed them. I don't know. I have no idea. But I can tell you one thing. If we want a merit-based system in this country, and we're upset that foreign-born workers are taking American jobs, and perhaps America should focus on producing talent that can succeed on its merits. Just my thought. And this education system in this country is not producing enough talent. You want more Americans to have these jobs that require skills? We need more Americans with skills. And gender studies is not a skill. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but it is the day after Christmas. I hope everybody had a very Merry Christmas yesterday. If you're celebrating Hanukkah yesterday, I believe was the first day of Hanukkah, first night of Hanukkah yesterday, and so happy Hanukkah and anybody else celebrating. And then in the words of failed presidential candidate Kamala Harris, happy Kwanzaa to my brothers in the HBCU. My brothers and sisters, right? Man, are we lucky that and she's not going to be our president. 25 days until Donald Trump's inauguration. And the day cannot get here. January 20th cannot get here quick enough. But I hope you all had a great Christmas. We had a pretty good Christmas here. The wife and I just laid low. We got our cooking done early. And we kind of like to do that, right? When do you get your cooking done? Brennan went out there. She cooked everything. We had like lunch and dinner, the same thing. And the whole day was essentially over by like 5 o'clock. It's nice. Watch a little football. The games are pretty much non-competitive. Chiefs clinched the 1 seed. Whatever. If that's a thing that you're into, great. If not, whatever. And we had a bunch of cats in here just going absolutely nuts. We got a few cats, and I got a new little toy, right? This thing. I don't know how to describe it, but it's a thing. It's got like carpet on the top, like felt on the inside, a little hanging ball. And these cats, they were going crazy. Absolutely wild over this thing. I don't know what you would think it is. They were swarming it and just going absolutely crazy. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I hope you guys and gals who are listening right now had a good Christmas. Listen, we got a couple of issues. These issues that we're going to talk about later. There's a range of opinions. I'd love to have the discussion about 855-839-1210 if you want to weigh in. We start getting into the meat and potatoes of these issues. I mean, I guess the first place to look at, though, I mean, we keep seeing all of these stories about the New York City subway, about crime in New York City, the Bucktooth Bandit of Buffalo over there, Kathy Hochul up in this is the station's Philly-based, right? But you kind of experience some of the same problems that you be experiencing there in New York City. The streets necessarily aren't very safe. Mass transit is becoming less and less safe. And now in New York City, they're implementing something called congestion pricing, which is just because they don't take enough of your money. There's not tolls in and around, on the outskirts of New York City. There will now be tolls on the residential streets of New York City. They don't take enough of your money, New York. They just don't take. Where's the money going? Oh, that's right. That's right. Roosevelt Hotel, right? Illegal aliens in New York actually admitting. We'll get to this a little bit later on, too. Illegal aliens in New York actually admitting. Yeah, we're kind of spoiled. Oh, you think? You're spoiled? Gee, I had no idea. What gave it away? The free shelter in a luxury hotel? Is that what being spoiled looks like? I think so. Not paying for food? Not paying any taxes? So free meals, free preloaded debit cards, free phones, free health care, free shelter in a luxury hotel. Yeah, I would say you're not just spoiled, but essentially pampered by our government. And they're admitting it now. Illegals are admitting now that they are spoiled. Well, it wasn't my idea, but hey, they were offering it, so I took advantage. I mean, could you really blame them? Could you really blame them? I can't. I can't look at these illegal immigrants that are here and blame them for taking advantage of the freebie, right? I mean, it's the path of least resistance. I'm not saying I want them here, but, you see an opportunity like that, probably one of the easiest opportunities to cash in on a year or two, you take it, right? I think. I blame those in charge for attracting these types of people. When you have the border wide open, a place like Venezuela, a place like Brazil, these Latin American, El Salvador, these Latin American countries that see the southern border wide open in the United States, of course they're going to empty their prisons. They don't want those people. And if I'm a criminal in Brazil or Venezuela or El Salvador or Nicaragua, wherever these people are coming from, Guatemala, if I'm a criminal there, then and I've been let out, I'm not hanging around over there. I'm going to where living is free and easy. I'm going to the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. I'm going to Chicago. Who knows? I'll go to Florida. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to live on Martha's Vineyard for a day. I mean, I don't blame these people for taking advantage of the system. I blame the people who are running the system. I don't like the illegals that came here and are mooching and sucking our resources dry, living on our dime. I don't like seeing it. I wish they'd follow the law, but when the law is not enforced, is there really a law? I mean, think about it. That's the question we'll start. If the law isn't enforced, right? If the law isn't actually enforced, is there actually a law at all? Think of it this way, right? Again, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. If we were not forced to pay our traffic tickets, right, our speeding tickets, would anybody really care about the speed limit? Oh, I don't want to get pulled over. Well, at that point, getting pulled over is a 10 or 15-minute inconvenience, but there's no pain. There's no consequences. You don't have to pay out, $150, $200 and fees and all this crap and points on a license, and your insurance goes up. And it doesn't matter. If paying your parking tickets or speeding tickets or traffic tickets was optional, nobody would follow traffic rules and traffic laws, right? Because there's no consequences for being caught. If the law is not enforced, is there actually a law? The answer is no. The answer is no. The only way the rules work, the only way laws can be effective, is if those who violate those laws, those who break those rules, are held accountable with real consequences. Not a slap on the wrist, not just getting pulled over and then everything's over, not just getting arrested in New York City and let out and you can do whatever the hell you want after that, cashless bail. There's no consequence. The deterrent, crime is deterred by consequences, right? And we had this discussion on Tuesday about the death penalty and all that. And there are, the super pro-life standpoint, it's hard for me to knock it and say, well, you don't believe government should be choosing who lives and who dies? I'm with you on that, right? The argument against that would be, but it's not the government choosing who lives and who dies. It's a jury of the defendant or the convicted's peers, right? Then the argument against that is, well, but a jury can be weaponized. Look what happened to Trump in New York City with the 34 felony counts. So the system isn't perfect. Should an imperfect system be allowed to choose, people, who lives and who dies? It's a great conversation. However, the reverse on all that again is the death penalty might serve as a deterrent for those most vicious crimes, the murders, etc., acts of terror, etc. But only if it's enforced. They used to do in the old days, right? With the pirates. If you were caught and you were a pirate, they wouldn't just hang you. They would hang you, and then so your body was displayed to the other pirates so they knew. Don't mess around and get caught because this is what's going to happen to you. It's going to be embarrassing. I used to think you could apply the same philosophy to like houseflies. A housefly gets in. It's annoying. It keeps flying into the screen. You know what I'm talking about. You're sitting there. You're just trying to watch baseball. You're just trying to watch the Phillies win a game. Sorry. And you hear ding, 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 and it's flying into the screen. You're not getting out that way. Then you open the door. It flies the opposite direction. 3 more of its friends come in. You're like, oh, I see what this is. It's a plan. You just want to let all the – but then you take matters in your own hand with those house flies. You put them on display. Let the rest of your friends know you enter this house. This is what's going to happen to you. It didn't work, by the way. Flies don't understand crime deterrent. But the point of the matter is, if your laws are not enforced, if your laws are not, if there are no consequences to violating your laws, then there really aren't actually laws. And you're looking at it, you're seeing this play out on the border, and you're really seeing this play out in New York City. You have the New York City subway killer, right? With the illegal alien from Guatemala who lit a woman on fire. And I don't know how that happened. You know, I don't know why. Maybe because it's not cool to say this, right? We're supposed to just focus on the illegal alien, and this never should have happened, and it never should have happened. But I think a conversation may need to be had about how this woman essentially slept through being lit on fire. I mean, there had to be some sort of other circumstances at work there, no? I mean, I can't even sleep through a little bit of night sweats without getting up and turning on the fan or making it a little cooler in the room. If I was lit on fire, I don't think I'd make it, a second or two without starting to roll around and put that fire out. So the whole story would be very interesting. I'm not saying she deserved it. Not one bit. But how is there no awareness that you're currently on fire? I don't know. I have questions about it. I'm not saying whoever was, the woman who was killed in that fashion had it coming. That's not what I'm saying at all. But there had to be other circumstances working against her as well. I mean, people fall asleep on the subway all the time, but the subway, it gets a little bumpy, start and stop. Sometimes that'll jerk you awake. I would think being lit on fire would be a way in which people might wake up and, hey, what's happening to me? Why am I on fire? So I think we need to look into the whole story there. Were there drugs involved? Was there alcohol involved? Was it, other substances? I don't know. How did she go up like that? Right? I mean, the body just doesn't do that. There had to be some sort of accelerant used. They said there were liquor bottles nearby. Love to get the full story. I don't think we're going to, especially out of New York City. But we're going to have a ton of this going on this morning. We'll talk about New York City's subway crime epidemic. Kathy Hochul, once again, asleep at the wheel. We'll revisit one of the older clips, or we played it on Tuesday, of Kathy Hochul. We'll get there in a little bit. Congestion pricing, tone-deaf response from our elected officials as we move through the morning and everybody starts to wake up a little bit. We'll talk about education, immigration, what is going on with American workers, what is going on with American jobs, American job openings, and the American talent pool, and how do we fix it? How do we fix it? We'll get to all that and more on another great morning on 1210 WPHT. This is Kayal and Company. Sean Farish, guest hosting all 4 hours this morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. Happy Boxing Day. Again, you want to weigh in on the discussion, 855-839-1210. We'll be back with more of this first 6 a.m. hour on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish filling in all 4 hours for you here on Kayal and Company. We'll be right back after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
These unidentified drones that are flying over New Jersey, they're saying they should declare some kind of a state of emergency.
Here's a marketing idea. I know yesterday was the sales day, so this probably won't be heard for another 6 days. We need to have a Kayal and Company drone watch party.
Oh, boy.
We gather wherever these are. We'll go to Jersey, get mulligans on the line. Yeah. We're all going to sit outside, put the fire pits on. We'll have some drinks, and we'll watch drones.
Johnny Z, are you listening, buddy?
Let's go.
Open up mulligans. Let's do this, buddy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
Welcome back. 6:22 in the morning on the East Coast. Well, 5:22 here in Tennessee. 1210 WPHT. This is Kayal and Company. Sean Farish, guest hosting all 4 hours this morning. We're halfway through the first hour of the day. We're going to be talking New York City subway, Boxing Day, of course. A lot of things have happened on Boxing Day over the years. From snowstorms to deadly tsunamis. Remember that? 2000, I think it was 2004. Deadly tsunami in Indonesia. Boxing Days was a great documentary on that. Very sad, but a very informative documentary of that about the Boxing Day tsunami by Nat Geo. Not once, by the way, was climate change mentioned, which was pretty impressive. But we're here on 1210 WPHT, the number of the way in, 855-839-1210. We'll be talking about the subway scandal. I'll call it the scandal because I think this is actually a scandal that's going to really politically damage Kathy Hochul because of her tone-deaf response to this whole thing. You know, New York City has prided itself as being a big city that's been relatively safe, really for the last couple decades. Started under Giuliani. It was still relatively safe under Bloomberg's tenure as mayor of New York City. And then it was just, Bill de Blasio just let it all go. He just straight up dropped the ball. And things were starting to kind of turn on Bloomberg a little bit. But de Blasio ran the place straight into the ground. I mean, I can remember going into New York City with friends. We would go to the PBR rodeo at Madison Square Garden. You're like, you went to New York City for the rodeo? Damn right we did. Why wouldn't you? Go down to a little spot think it's closed now, but Johnny Utah's was a little bar down there with a mechanical bull. The whole rodeo would go down. It would be packed. A lot of fun. And you're walking through the city and you're like, it's kind of getting a little sketchy over here, right? But it wasn't so bad. And then it got worse and worse, and then COVID happened, and now you're stepping over like encampments coming out of Penn Station. When you get into the city now, it's homeless everywhere. The whole place reeks of weed. Which listen, I don't really care if you use marijuana, whatever it is you do. Just don't bother anybody. But then you got that smell all throughout the city. It's just whatever. It's just wild. It's a totally different place now. Totally different place. We were coming home from a Jet game in 2022, and Brennan, my wife, wasn't my wife yet. We're driving back. We're driving through the city because it was actually quicker to go through the city than it was to go through, go over the GW and all that, the George Washington Bridge, get back on Long Island. And she's just like, "What is that? Is that homeless guy going to the bathroom on the sidewalk?" And I'm like, "Yep, that's welcome to New York City, right?" They call it a concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Nightmares too, apparently. This dude just dropped trowel and was crapping on the sidewalk. That's just was going on. And there she is, from Florida. You see some stuff, you got Florida man. And they live amongst dinosaurs down there. But, you see some, we drove through the city. She was like, "Oh, my." I said, "Yeah. What's what happens here?" Yeah. Crapping on the sidewalk's a crime. But, crime is legal in New York City. And that's why this subway story is really going to bite Kathy Hochul in the rear end. I'll tell you what. And I say bite. The bucktooth bandit of Buffalo. She could eat corn on the cob through a picket fence. This is the Post Millennial had this article. Kathy Hochul's tone deaf response to the subway crisis. As 2024 nears an end, 10 murders have occurred on the New York City subways, and you say, all right, but it's only 10, right? It's not a lot. It's not like, a world war is breaking out on the subway. Well, I'd hope not, right? I'd hope not. It's mass transit. You got a lot of people on there. That's double, though. That number is up twofold from 2023. 10 murders on the New York City subway. The horrifying case of a woman being burned alive on a Coney Island subway by an illegal immigrant is the latest in rising crime that has hit New York City's subway system. That crime is part of a 25-year high for murders in the subway system, the Daily Mail reported. Even Democrats are wondering if they should be doing something different. You think? Rudy Giuliani had he brought a philosophy called broken windows policing to New York City. And it was basically the thought and the philosophy that if you committed a low-level crime, like, breaking a window, vandalism, and I say low-level on that, generally if you break a window, physically nobody's getting hurt. The business is getting hurt. They got to repair the window. Maybe you steal something from one of these places you busted a window of. At the end of the day, it's stolen. It's not right. It's not proper. It shouldn't happen. But not really violent, right? There's damage to property, but not really. Nobody's getting hurt in that situation. You jump in the turnstile to get on the subway. Nobody's really getting hurt in that situation until that criminal goes on to commit another crime. What they had found was the folks that broke the windows, the folks that jumped the turnstile to make their way onto the subway or broke the window and then jumped the turnstile to get on the subway to get away from the crime scene, were the people who later committed more violent crimes and egregious crimes down the road. The turnstile jumpers wound up being people who assaulted people on the subway, because it turns out, contrary to what Democrats believe, criminals do not respect laws because they're criminals, right? It's the argument why gun control doesn't work, because a criminal who is hell-bent on shooting somebody or killing somebody or using their gun to gain leverage in a situation to commit a crime, robbery, whatever it is, carjacking, etc. Okay? The criminal doesn't care that the type of firearm that they're using is banned in the area that they're planning on using it because they're criminals. That's the whole point of being a criminal, is to break the law. You don't care about the law. You think a guy who's getting ready to commit mass murder is going to go, rats. Gosh darn it. I can't commit the mass murder I was planning on committing today because the AR-15s are banned. No, they're not thinking that way. If you're getting ready to murder a bunch of people, you don't care that the weapon that you're going to use is banned. What kind of stupid way of thinking is this? This is why we used to refer, we got to get back to doing this. This is why we used to refer on my show on Rumble on LFA TV. It runs 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern every day. And this is why we refer to the liberals as soils, right? SOILS, slow on intake liberals. Because you really have to have some sort of issue if you believe that criminals will abide by gun laws. All gun laws do is take guns out of law-abiding citizens' hands. Law-abiding citizens, meaning the citizens that you're going to disarm are the ones who actually respect the law. Criminals don't respect the law. So I want to play for you again. We did this on Tuesday. I don't like playing the same clip twice, but some of you guys may not have heard this on Tuesday. You may have seen this all over the place. Kathy Hochul bragging about how safe the subways are. Now, listen to this video in this context, okay? This is from the Post-Millennial. These are some numbers, some stats. The numbers don't lie, folks. Crime is down. That's because New York City doesn't have the right reporting system, and the FBI doesn't get those numbers in real time. David Muir in the debate when Donald Trump said that crime's not actually down. The FBI has reported a decrease because the FBI didn't get the numbers. As 2024 nears an end, 10 murders have occurred in the New York City subways, double the figure from 23. It includes the incident where illegal immigrant Sebastian Zapata is accused of setting a sleeping woman on fire and fanning the flames. Cops observed the scene but did nothing to intervene except call emergency services. Zapata had been booted out of the United States in 2018 but came back in as a gotaway. Ladies and gentlemen, the subways are not safe. The streets are not safe in New York City. But that doesn't stop Kathy Hochul, the bucktooth bandit from Buffalo, from talking about how apparently and allegedly safe New York City has become. Listen to this. We played this on Tuesday. It's a clip that she posted. Her account posted it a couple hours after the subway attack. So a woman was lit on fire, and then her ex account posts this video and this whole story and this whole how do you do, as we would say up there, right? This whole how do you do about how safe the subway is despite a sleeping passenger being lit ablaze. You don't get more out of touch than this. Let's roll this Kathy Hochul subway clip again.
I'm on the subway train heading out to Queens Center. I have a lot of, not quite last minute, but I have holiday shopping to do. I've got an adorable 2-year-old granddaughter, so it's a lot more fun to shop. I can take the subway wherever we need to go. And I want all New Yorkers to feel safe, which is why we've added so many more National Guard, over 250 more people that'll make sure that your ride is as safe as it can be.
Completely and totally out of touch, right? Completely and totally out of touch. And there's the people who will say, well, it's only 10 murders. You still have a 1 in blah, 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 blah chance. There shouldn't be any murders on the subway.
There's one
Jim
thing
Kelly's got some experience, right? What do you got, Jim?
All right, so there's one thing you didn't see in this video with Kathy Hochul. You didn't see probably the 3 or 4 security guards that are around her as she's getting on board the subway. Or you notice that in the subway station that she's standing in is all nice and clean, and the subway cars are all, they look brand new. Yeah, go to a subway station that I got to ride on, or go to 8th and Market and ride the same subways that I'm riding on. Then maybe I'll give you a little bit of credibility. But the other problem is, and you bring this up, we talk about race and gender and all this other stuff, and I've said it on the show a million times. Criminals do not care about what color you are, what gender you are. They just want money. That's all they want. But it's just unbelievable how these people oh, we're taking a ride on the subway. You see Kathy Hochul do it. You see Hillary do it. Yeah, ride on the same trains that I'm riding on with the people in the back just mumbling themselves.
Right, as if those trains weren't like cleared out and made sure that they
exactly.
were safe. Not all of us have Secret Service detail that gets on the subway with us to make sure that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, you have the people sitting there, going, or you have somebody. You remember back in the 80s? You may not remember that far, but it's happening now. Is people love playing those loud boom boxes. On the subway when somebody's got that rap music just blaring out and like every expletive is coming out and there are kids on the train. Ride on those trains.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And you see the problem with the Hochul clip isn't just that, that she painted the subway as something that it isn't, right?
Right.
I mean, we see it. It's for PR. She's not going to sit there and film herself in a dirty subway. But the subway cars that she was in, that's not the way the majority of the subway cars look in New York. And I get it. It's an ad. It's when you see a video promoting the Big Mac on television. Of course, what you get in McDonald's doesn't look like that. But it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. When you look at Hochul getting on the subway with armed guards, so guns for thee, but not for me, right?
Right, exactly.
We don't all have a personal security detail that's going to make sure that our ride on the subway is safe. Why do you need that if you're the governor? If it's so safe, you should be willing to walk on, walk off. Don't worry about cops. Don't worry about security. So it's not safe if you need that armed protection and that detail, on the subway. And I get it. You got to, political figures or targets. I understand all that, but it's the point of the matter is, it's like California with Gavin Newsom when he cleaned it up for Xi Jinping. That's not the way California looks. There's poop everywhere and homeless people.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Well, here's a great story that I had. I think I've told this before, that one day I was coming in on the L on a Sunday morning, and there was this incident going on. Not exactly too sure what it was, and then we found out, well, somebody tried to light somebody's hat on fire in the next car. So I get here to work, and I'm talking to one of the people from our sister station, and she's telling me about this story. And I turn around to her, and I say, you know what? I think I was on that very same train that you're doing the story on. And she's like, that is crazy. I said, yeah, I was on the same train. I was on that train.
That's crazy. I mean, so you see this happening in Philly. You see it happening in New York. You're going to see it happening in any major cities. And in the next segment, we're going to get to why. It's great when the mainstream media outlets up in New York have to admit that the system is failing, and it is failing. But I want you to think about this if you're in New York or any other major city that does this ludicrous idea of congestion pricing. This is insanity, okay? Why anybody would choose to live in New York City after them putting something through like this it's beyond me. Well, my job is close. I'm sorry, folks. You might want to find a new job. Well, what good is your high-paying job in New York City when that state just takes all your money anyway? Seriously. I know people who have moved out of New York, right, who are making, I don't know, $90,000, $100,000 in New York. They'll take a 50% pay cut and move to a red state and be living more comfortable, making half as much money in a state like that just isn't reaching into your pocket all the time. So now you have congestion pricing. That is not going to solve the traffic problem in New York. There are too many people and not enough places to go. And here's the other problem. We now know the mass transit system in New York has been infested by criminals, okay? So you're going to have less people on the subway. Number one, because there's still a COVID hangover, right? Oh, I'm with people in an enclosed space. I might get a cold and die, right? But now you have, well, I'm in an enclosed space with lunatics. I might get lit on fire and die. Like there's an actual fear now of riding the subway because of who you might bump into, not necessarily if they're sick. So now in New York City, they have a toll to reduce gridlock. Yeah, that's going to work. It's a cash grab, folks. Local streets and avenues at or below 60th Street will be charged a toll. Vehicles entering those that the congestion relief zone, which is avenues or streets below 60th Street, will be charged a toll. They say the toll will result in at least 80,000 fewer vehicles entering the zone every day, relieving crowding in what is today the most congested district in the United States. During peak hours, if you enter this zone, you have to pay $4.50. You say, oh, it's only $5, whatever. You know what happens, though? That's per day. You're only charged once a day. I get it. But you know what happens now? Your taxi rides, your Uber rides, all of those guys and gals are getting charged too. So those become immediately at least $5 more expensive. What you're doing is you're going to be forcing people off the streets and where? Onto the subways, but they're not safe. So you could either ride the subway and take a close call with death or a violent crime, or you could pay $5 to stay alive in New York City every day and instead lose your mind in maddening traffic. Or you could walk, which may be the best option, but then you got to deal with all the folks that you're going to bump into on the streets. Why anybody chooses to live in New York City, I don't know. Some folks, that the appeal, it's the concrete jungle, it's the city that never sleeps. Great, wonderful. It's in this day and age when a lot of the work that you used to have to live in the city, you want it to be close to where you work. It used to be the way it was. A lot of that could be done remotely, or you could just find a different job in a safe place that's not a hellhole. Listen, I love the city. There's a lot of good things about it still. Some really good food there. It's there's some good bars. It's a nice scene. Everything is overtaxed. Everything is overpriced. Everything is dangerous now. It's only getting worse. And folks, until the electorate and the voting patterns in New York City change, nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. Everyone thought putting a former cop, Eric Adams, as the mayor was going to make it safer. It hasn't. Not at all. Next segment, we're going to talk about how the system failed and why another incident that happened on the subway system and the mass transit system was allowed to occur in New York City. We'll be back with the final segment of Hour 1 here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting all 4 hours this morning on 1210 WPHT. You can follow me on X at SHAWN_FARASH. We'll be right back with a little bit more about the crime in New York City right after this.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from one to knowing. So take control of the future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum, Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors LLC and SEC registered investment advisors LLC. All partners are not affiliated companies.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
And we're back, 1210 WPHT. It is Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting with you all morning until 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The number to call is 855-839-1210. We're talking New York City subway. We're talking crime. We're talking how. How did it happen? And we have Kurt from Bristol, Pennsylvania, who'd like to weigh in. What's going on, Kurt?
Hey, how you doing there, guy? Okay, so
I do not hear our call. Do we have Kurt?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Got you now. Yes, I got you, Kurt. What's happening?
Very, very good. Very good. I was just calling to give you my experience. Even though I'm local from this area, and I'm a safety guy by trade, I was doing a lot of, pre-COVID, I was doing a lot of TV and movie production safety, so I'd be asked to go up there a lot. And when I would go there, I don't want to give everybody my secrets, but I would go to Jersey City, park my car in Jersey City, take the water taxi over, and then from there, I would either Uber it wherever I was going, whatever pier the shoot was going on, or I would take a taxi. I discovered even taxis are cheaper than Ubers, but I never, ever got on the subways after early on putting up with just seeing people doing what they're doing. I'm like, that's it. I'm done. I'm not gonna be on here with these savages. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I used to take the subway a lot when I would go into the city with friends, between, let's say, 2010 and 2020. And I never ran into any problems, but it just got progressively worse. And it's almost like in a place like New York City, Kurt, there's nowhere to hide at this point. There's crime just everywhere. It's not like it's, I don't want to paint it as a place where you can't safely exist. People do it every day. But you keep hearing these stories. It's not just a pickpocket or, a drug deal. It's like, you've got like real violent crime. Tren de Aragua in Times Square. I mean, what is New Year's Eve going to look like with something like this?
Why? Yeah. Well, why would anybody want it? Really, you're not giving up anything in your life if you do not go to New York City on New Year's Eve. You're not. Stay home.
I agree with.
Stay home and be bored.
Yeah, I mean, and stay alive, right? And then, if you have to go to the bathroom, people wear diapers to this thing. Like, come on, I haven't worn a diaper since I'm like 1 year old. So, what we do? Kurt, thank you so much for the call, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Kurt sharing his experience with the crime and his survival tips in places like New York City. For those who haven't heard, there was another incident, and this is why I'm referring to this as the New York City, subway crime scandal for Kathy Hochul, the bucktooth bandit of Buffalo. Because on Christmas Eve, there was a stabbing at Grand Central Station. A suspect was arrested. A person said, "I wish I could be able to travel to my livelihood and not be attacked. I wish there were cops in Grand Central when I was attacked. There were none. I was running for help, and there was no one there," said Imani Ciara Pizarro, a woman who was attacked by a knife-wielding suspect in Grand Central Station, New York City. Around 10:15 p.m., a 42-year-old man was slashed across the left wrist after an argument began near the station entrance with the assailant. The suspect then fled up the stairs where he proceeded to attack a 26-year-old woman, slashing her neck after another confrontation. Let me tell you something, folks. The system failed this 42-year-old gentleman and this 26-year-old woman. And when I tell you that, I'm not telling you that because I have a talking point. It's because the local news over there, ABC 7 in New York City, admitted as much. We got a video here from the local news, ABC 7, talking about what happened in this Grand Central Station stabbing case. Why don't we roll this clip and listen to that little nugget towards the end about how this attack was allowed to happen. Let's roll that clip from ABC 7 about the Grand Central stabbing.
A random and violent and seemingly unprovoked Christmas Eve attack here at one of the busier train stations in the city. We do know that police were quickly able to arrest the suspect, but that suspect also had multiple prior arrests. Here's what we know of what happened yesterday evening. It was around 10:15, according to officials, on a northbound 456 train platform when the 28-year-old suspect approached a 42-year-old man. They got into some sort of argument over what, we don't know at this point, but it was then that he slashed the man in the wrist with a weapon and then ran up nearby stairs. Then, according to officials, on the next level of the train station, he slashed a 26-year-old woman who was standing near a turnstile, and he slashed her in the neck. He then tried to escape, according to the NYPD, heading up an escalator, but other subway riders, witnesses to the incident, were able to point him out to police. He was quickly arrested, and police did find a knife on him. Officials say the 28-year-old has 3 prior arrests for criminal mischief, fare beating, and assaulting a police officer. Now, charges for that suspect at this point, this morning on Christmas morning, are still pending.
Wow, did you hear what she said at the end there? Officials say the suspect has 3 prior arrests. Now you wait. All right, 3 prior arrests. Arrests for what? Did he rip the tag off a mattress? Did he jaywalk? Did he was he drunk in public? Was it one of these once off? And clearly, it wasn't a once off. It was a thrice off. By the way, 3 prior. Okay, criminal mischief. I don't know what went into, what he did to be charged with that. Fare beating. We just talked about that, right? How folks who were jumping the turnstiles and trying to ride the subway and mass transit without paying the fare, those folks who were doing that were arrested and detained so that they were not allowed back out on the street to commit more crime. What was the third one she said? Oh, assaulting a police officer. Now, I was told anybody who did that on January 6th is a terrorist and deserves to have their life ruined. But this guy apparently did it. Arrested 3 times before he then decided to slash people on Christmas Eve in Grand Central Station for what appears to be no reason. Cashless bail, though. The libs out there. Oh, we have to be nicer to the criminals. Oh, cashless bail. Oh, okay, yeah. So no deterrent. No deterrent, no enforcement of the law. And you've got these guys now in New York, like this guy, who was arrested, 28 years old, 3 prior arrests, criminal mischief, fare beating, and assaulting a cop. And this guy's out on the streets. Why? Well, because in the name of progress, you see. In the name of progress. We have to be progressive. We have to be nice. We need more social workers instead of police officers. Oh, really? You want more social workers? Can you explain to me how every time we hear about a criminal in New York City, it's like it's either an illegal or somebody who has been arrested a handful of times and not for little issues? Can you explain to me how is your cashless bail system working? Tell me right now, 855-839-1210. Give me a call and tell me how your cashless bail system is working. Do you feel safe because criminals now are being treated nice in New York City? Is that making your city safer? All that compassion, all that kumbaya, all that, well, we'll just be nice to the criminals so they're nice to us, all that nonsense, that philosophy. How's that working for you? How's that working for you in Philadelphia? How's that working for you in Chicago? How's that working for you in those major metropolitan cities? Is it working well? Cashless bails are working well? So you have a guy who allegedly assaults a cop. You have a guy who beats the fares and mass transit. You have a guy who's charged with criminal mischief, and he's just roaming around with a knife in New York City to do whatever he wants to do. How's that working? Is it working well? Do you like knowing that you could be in a subway station, not see a cop around, and know that somebody may stab you at any point in time? I'm not saying to live in fear. I'm saying, can we maybe demand accountability from the folks running the system in some of these cities? How about that? right? I don't ever suggest. I grew up in New York during 9/11. We didn't live in fear. They came in, they did what they did on 9/11. It was horrible. 3,000 people died. 3,000 people died in a day between New York, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the Pentagon. It was the worst attack. That area of New York was devastated. People are still not over it, and they shouldn't be. We should not forget, okay, what happened on that day. But it was, September 12th, the flags came out, and New York decided, we're not living in fear. We're going in. We're not going to let the terrorists win. We're going in. I don't say let the criminals win. You don't stay home and let them just have free reign here. Where is the accountability? There are folks running the system that are not keeping you safe. Where we have people on the right now saying, pardon Eric Adams. Why? Do you see what this city has become? Again, I say you pardon him if you could prove that his legal process was carried out in an unfair way. You've got people, cashless bail. It's a wonderful thing. We could be compassionate. And there was a story that came out of New York in 2022 that said if somebody approaches you with a weapon, deter them instead of escalating the situation and ask them if you went to high school. Hey, didn't I go to high school with you? You're going to get stabbed. This is the real world, folks. Cashless bail and this implementation of what my favorite, Dan Bongino, what he calls cutesy time, is destroying your cities, and it's destroying people's lives. You think these people wanted to be slashed by some knife-wielding lunatic on Christmas Eve in Grand Central Station? You think they wanted that? You think anybody wants to walk around New York City looking over their shoulder thinking that might happen to them because this is a soft on crime? But remember, if you're Donald Trump, though, and you have paid a porn star a completely legal payment, happens all the time. No, Alvin Bragg's going to bring you in. If you're Daniel Penny and you're defending people on the subway, Alvin Bragg's going to bring you in. If you're a knife-wielding crazy person in Grand Central Station with 3 prior arrests, one of them is assaulting a police officer, have fun. Free reign. The city is yours. Here's the key to the city, by the way. You want to be mayor? Why anybody chooses to live in that city is beyond me, and millions of people do it. How anybody continues to vote Democrat in that city is beyond me, and millions of people do it. You are the sheep voting to elect the wolves whose day one promise is deciding what's for dinner. It is like Stockholm syndrome. And I've been saying this since 2020. You had the Black Lives Matter protests. Oh, systemic injustice. Where? Seattle, Atlanta, New York City, Philly. Who runs the cities? Okay. Hawk Newsom. We call him something different. Hawk Tua Newsom. We could call him that because you look at him. Okay, Hawk Newsom. You want to say that the city is systemically racist? Who runs your city? Is Donald Trump running New York City? Republicans running New York City? No. Are Republicans running Seattle and Detroit, Atlanta, Houston, Chicago, Philadelphia? Republicans in charge of those cities? Minneapolis? No. If you want to claim that there's a systemic problem with these cities, then why don't we take a look at who's running the system and what they've done? They say they're going to help you. And all they've done is create a situation, create conditions that are conducive for negative impacts on your life. Well, the suspect in the Grand Central Station stabbing has 3 prior arrests. Oh, really? Assaulting a police. Why wasn't he behind bars? Why? Well, we have to play nice. Criminals have feelings too. Great. So more innocent people get hurt in the wake of your stupidity. We'll be back with the second hour, hour 2 coming up in just a minute. This is 1210 WPHT. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting for you all morning long. Hour 1 is in the books already. How did that happen? We're going to get to more of the New York City crime issue, specifically with the subways. Another epidemic and another questionable issue that's coming arising from this. We'll do that in hour 2. As we continue here on 1210 WPHT, it's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting with you. We'll be right back after this.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Excuse me.
Watch it, lady.
Pardon me, Sonny.
Down below the street, can you dig your steady beat? It's a subway.
Subway! Moving right along, hear the rhythm loud and strong. It's the subway.
Subway!
There isn't any room in this town.
They put all the trains down under the ground.
Buy a token now for a ride in Super Wow on the subway.
Subway!
We are back, hour 2 here on 1210 WPHT. It is Kayal and Company. This is a Subway song from Sesame Street. The great Jim Kelly out there, he's doing a phenomenal job. I haven't heard that one in a long time, Sesame Street. You know that we spent, by the way, speaking of Sesame Street, according to the Rand Paul Festivus report, I think we spent something around like $2 or $3 million to create Sesame Street for Iraqi children. That's nice, right? I mean, I know Big Bird's cool, and like the Cookie Monster is pretty funny. The only entity that's ever eaten more cookies than Chris Christie. And like Elmo's World, whatever, and then you got Oscar. Like, but Sesame Street for Iraqi children, we couldn't spend that money on anything else? Seriously? Okay. If you say so. it just blows my mind. 855-839-1210 if you want to weigh in. This is just the Subway song has got me cracking up. It is a scandal now for Kathy Hochul. It's a thing. And she made it worse for herself by posting that ridiculous video. Right? Well, the Subway is safe, and come on the Subway with your favorite buck-toothed bandit of Buffalo governor. I take the Subway to do my holiday shopping, and she's surrounded by a phalanx of armed guards. And she had more security on that Subway car than Donald Trump had in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th. Seriously. Nobody got shots in on, and I'm not saying that this should happen, by the way, but nobody got shots in on Hochul, right? Nobody was allowed close to her. Jeez, it's unbelievable. So you have these two folks who are attacked at Grand Central Station by a man who the local fake news said had 3 prior arrests. So that highlights the cashless bail, the soft on crime approach, or soft on some crime approach of New York City. Alvin Bragg, Kathy Hochul, cashless bail. There was a guy, in the 2022 election cycle, there was a guy that I highlighted a bunch by the name of Tad Sherwood. This guy in upstate New York. My buddy kept sending me his mugshot every time he got arrested. And this dude would get arrested with firearms and drugs, and then he's let out, because of cashless bail. And then, endangering a child, and he's let out because of cashless bail. And then, he found him with heroin in a college, place. And then, cashless bail. And the district attorney in that area was like, we can't do our job. Guy wound up resigning. And this dude has been arrested, 20 times since then. It's insane. And he keeps getting out, going back in, and getting back out, going back in. At some point, we got to look at this system and say, it ain't working, folks. I know the left wants to play kumbaya, and we got to be nice to the people. And have you ever noticed this? They say, there's cashless bail. It's going to help minorities. Or are you saying that minorities commit crimes? Is that what you're implying? Kind of like when Hochul said that young black men in the Bronx don't know what computers are. I mean, if we said any of this crap, we would be publicly shamed. She's like, oh, black people in the Bronx, they've never seen a computer. There was a video that went around, a couple of videos that went around of black dudes. They were acting, silly, as if they'd never seen a computer before, mocking Kathy Hochul. I mean, these left-wing utopian, if we're nice to them, they'll be nice to us. Such nonsense. It doesn't work. It just gets people hurt. This is an article in the New York Post about this Grand Central Terminal. This is highlighting another situation, right? Daniel Penny was dragged. I mean, this guy had his reputation under constant assault because he prevented another potential murder on the subway. He prevented murder number 11, potentially. Although he did this in 2023. He prevented it, Daniel Penny. He had Jordan Neely walking around. I'll kill you. I don't care if I go to jail. When you hear that on the subway, it's, especially these days, it's something to take seriously. It's on the New York Post. A woman who was stabbed by a maniac at Grand Central Terminal on Christmas Eve said he came up from behind her and punched her, and that nobody around her came to her aid after he plunged a knife into her throat. It's a miracle she survived. My goodness. Okay. I'm not saying like everybody's going to be Batman and there's always going to be a savior nearby. Look, there's crime's going to happen. It's unfortunate. You're not going to live in a 100% crime-free society. There is no way to there is no way to completely and totally, without any exceptions, eradicate crime or violent crime or anything like that. That's not going to happen. I'm not delusional. I'm not a leftist that believes in utopia. I'm also not a fanatic who looks at it and says, we'll completely and totally fix the problem if we do this. There's always going to be flaws, right? But there's a way to make it better. There's a way to make it better. This guy should not have been on the streets. Just like we talk about the one who lit the woman on fire on the subway a couple of days ago. Isn't it amazing that we're having this conversation? You got a guy stabbing people in the throat in Grand Central Station. He shouldn't have been on the streets. You have a guy lighting a woman on fire on the subway not too long ago. He shouldn't have been on the streets. He was illegal, right? So we say his crime was preventable. That specific instance was preventable because he should not have been in this country legally. He was illegally, sorry. He was deported once and came back because the border was thrown wide open. A red carpet was rolled out for these people to come into the country. That's why that one was completely and totally preventable. Could somebody else have lit this woman on fire? Sure, but that gentleman, or whatever you want to call that guy, that person, wouldn't have been able to do it. Because in a country like Poland, you're not getting in. Strong border security. Here, you have a wide open border. This guy was deported under Trump in 2018 and came back under Biden as a gotaway. And was only detected when he decided, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to light that woman on fire. Imani Ciara Pizarro, 26 years old. 26 years old. Had just gotten off the 4 train around 10 p.m. and was heading to her administrative night job at the Roosevelt Hotel. Ironically, Roosevelt Hotel. What happens at the Roosevelt? Oh, it's a migrant shelter. That's right. It's been converted into a migrant shelter when she was attacked. She was FaceTiming with her neighbor when she spotted blood spattered on the floor near the turnstiles. Seconds later, Pizarro blacked out when the assailant sucker punched her in the back of the head as hard as he could, forcing her to the ground. The suspect, identified by police as 28-year-old Brooklyn native Jason Sargent, began repeatedly yelling at her, "What's your problem?" I don't think she had a problem. She's just going to work. What's your problem? Then lunged at her with a small knife, cutting through her throat. He then kicked Pizarro's phone away. Witnesses to the stabbing, many of whom appeared to be tourists, just froze. Police were nowhere in sight, she said. I wish I could be able to travel to my livelihood and not be attacked. I wish there were cops in Grand Central when I was attacked. There were none. I was running for help, and there was nobody there, she said. There are usually cops in 4 different spots, and I ran to each one of them, but none were there. Nobody called 911. Nobody in Grand Central called 911. It was my neighbor. I called my neighbor. I was on the phone with my neighbor when it happened, and she called 911. A second stabbing victim, a 42-year-old man who was slashed in the wrist, got injured worse than me, she said. It was almost like he wanted to get caught because he ran further into Grand Central towards the central ticket booth yelling, "I hate all of you." He seems like a guy who should be out on the streets. Yeah, seems like a good, real nice guy. Real nice guy. And I could hear the level, "Oh, you're going to spin this one. He's not illegal." He got arrested 3 times before this happened. You're right. He's not an illegal immigrant. He's not an illegal immigrant, but he's violated the law a number of times. And because you idiots, and I got idiots, stupid people, right? Think about it. You are very stupid people for wanting cashless bail. Very stupid. Because you people think being nice to people like him would lead him to be nice to other people. 2 folks got hurt on Christmas Eve. That's on you. It ain't on me. I think you assault a cop, you should be in jail. Yes. Yes, I believe the same thing about January 6th. It's a controversial take among people on my quote-unquote side. They should all be pardoned. Really? I don't think people who attacked cops should be pardoned. Now, if you look at someone who's attacking a police officer on J6 who got baited into doing so, we can look at it. Someone just walked up to a cop on. I don't think that person deserves a. Sorry. My opinion, maybe you disagree. It's okay. This is America. We can say. Not everybody who did something wrong on January 6th did so because the Fed entrapped them. Just like not everybody who did something wrong on January 6th wasn't enticed to do so by federal involvement or entanglement or entrapment. Right? You look at the situation in New York City. You look at this epidemic. It's an epidemic. It is spreading very, very quickly. And you have New York City now disincentivizing the Good Samaritan. That's what's going on. Oh, you're getting stabbed in the throat? Fend for yourself. I don't want to be the next Daniel Penny. That is what this city has become. Daniel Penny was dragged in the media. His reputation was under constant attack. People calling him a racist. People saying what he did was a hate crime. I bet you the woman who was lit on fire, well, she's no longer with us, but would have benefited from a Daniel Penny being around. I bet you this woman who was stabbed in the neck, in the throat, the gentleman who was slashed in the wrist, 42 years old, wishes there was a Daniel Penny around to prevent that type of attack. And you have people that are just standing there. Oh, wow, look, she's bleeding from the neck. Let me record it and put it on Instagram. Because if you step in and help, New York City's going to come after you.
That's right.
They're not going to come after the guy who stabbed him.
You got it. And see, here's the thing. That woman who got stabbed in the neck, now, if she were to have gotten the drop and turned the tide around and got him, she'd be the one in jail right now.
That's the problem.
The guy who got his wrist slashed. If he had turned around and maybe gotten the drop on the other guy, now he's the one that's going to pay for it. That's the way the city is. We're sticking our middle fingers up at you, and that's just the way it is, okay?
That's how it's been.
It's how it is in Philadelphia. It's how it is in Philadelphia with Larry Krasner right now. You defend yourself, forget it. You're done, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We're coming after you. But if they want to carjack you, you better let them do it. But don't retaliate. God forbid. No way. Don't do that.
Well, in New York City, you had the bodega worker, Jose Alba, who, he killed his attacker in self-defense. Yeah. And Alvin Bragg charged Jose Alba with murder.
Well,
and basically shipped him off to Rikers with an open stab wound, to the point where that closed-circuit surveillance footage exonerated Alba. And Alba packed up and left New York City to move back to the Dominican Republic.
That's what a lot of people are doing here in Philadelphia. And as the great Dan Borowski would always say,
the criminals have taken over the city.
Period. End of story.
Exactly, because that's who wins. That's who wins in these Democrat cities are the criminals. Forget about law-abiding citizens. Forget about that. No.
Nope. Law-abiding citizens get screwed. They get the shaft every single time.
Oh, you saw it during COVID here in Philadelphia. You've seen people that were just gathered around, socially distanced, trying to, just be outside for a little bit. They're the ones that get hassled. But if you want to protest and break windows and burn half the city down, that's fine. Oh, block traffic all you want, but don't have a gathering. Don't have a parade.
No.
Don't have any of that.
Don't pull your mask off in a Walgreens. You take your mask off in a Walgreens, you're a bioterrorist.
Exactly.
But if you smash windows in the streets of Philly or New York City or Newark, New Jersey or Detroit, Michigan, or some of these Chicago, Illinois. No, you're brave. You're fighting for justice.
Oh yeah,
and
you can walk into a Walgreens and just steal anything you want here in Philadelphia. I want to try that today. I want to go to Best Buy and just walk in there and grab a bunch of things and see if I can walk out and get away with it. Somebody else will be running the board tomorrow, but.
Well, listen, just put a mask on and scream "Free Palestine" and you'll be fine.
Okay, thanks.
You'll be fine. That's my legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, but that might be what goes on.
I'm going to do that.
Listen, we got a little bit more on the subway killer, folks. This is an emerging story about the one this Sebastian Zapata, who lit the woman on fire on the subway. We got a little bit more on him coming up in the next segment as we transition. That's a word. As we move through the second hour here on Kayal and Company. We're on 1210 WPHT. The number to call if you want to weigh in, 855-839-1210. Love to hear from you on this issue, any experiences that you may or may not have had of the system failing, things that you may have seen in a major metropolitan city, wherever you are. We'll be right back in the next segment. 855-839-1210. You're listening to Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting with you on 1210 WPHT, and we'll be right back after this.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. Recently met with some of my friends from the Piazza Auto Group, and we were test driving the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, the brand's most popular SUV. Its bold new design has plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with best-in-class safety. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202 and online anytime at piazzahyundai.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, we've talked about your cutting-edge, state-of-the-art care. Why is that so vital?
It sure helps me diagnose and elevate the level of care I can offer if I'm using the latest technology. I use it on a normal, everyday basis, and I can see things that is just missed. It's not misdiagnosed, but you can't see something that your equipment won't allow you to. So I feel that if I can't utilize what's out there, and it takes a lot to be trained on it, feel comfortable, that can work for everyone. Not just these advanced cases, but it gives you a very consistent, efficient, and predictable result.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Nick Kayal here. The holiday season isn't over yet, so I have an announcement. Attention holiday shoppers, when you want to give the gift of Wawa, a digital gift card is an easy way to send it near or far. Just visit Wawa.com, pick one of our festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. Your Wawa gift card will show up in their inbox instantly. It's like magic. Purchase a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to someone you love. Happy gifting and happy holidays from Wawa.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you lay awake at night worrying about what to buy everyone on your holiday list? Yeah, it's stressful. And half the time you don't even get the right thing. Well, Skechers is here for a holiday rescue with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the right gift for everyone on your list. Think about it. People love their shoes. And once they try hands-free Skechers slip-ins, it takes that love to a whole new level. Why? Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching your shoes, no retying laces. Plus, Skechers slip-ins are perfect for everyone. Moms, dads, grandparents, kids, friends, coworkers. Just sneak into their closet, get their shoe size, and you're good to go. Plus, they come in everyone's favorite styles and colors, from sneakers to casual shoes, even winter boots. And they look so stylish, and they're the most comfortable shoes they'll ever wear. So, this season, save time, quit your worrying, and get everyone on your list hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Holiday crisis averted. Now go get some rest. Find them for the holidays at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back. 1210 WPHT is Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting for you here all the way up until 10 a.m. on the great 1210 WPHT. We're talking the New York City crime epidemic. And really, it's not just isolated to New York City with the attacks on the subway. A woman was lit on fire not too long ago. Sounds like something like out of a horror movie, like a movie like The Purge, right? Like a woman was lit on fire. No, it's a real life horror movie in New York City. With it's unfortunate, It brings me. I don't look at these stories and start smiling, like ha 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 ha. Look at this, I could crap on a left wing city. No, this is a real issue. It's a real problem for a lot of people, and I know a lot of folks up in the Northeast that have to deal with this all the time. Friends who work in the city, family they go into the city. It's like and every single day you're in a dangerous place. It's not, I don't want everyone to think that you get off the subway and you're dodging bullets immediately, but there's been an increase in the frequency of these types of things, and that's because there's been a decrease in holding the criminals accountable. As Jim said last segment, it's the law-abiding people who get screwed every single time. Because as the laws become more imposing, we follow them, right? Because we follow the law. We may not agree with the law, we follow the law, right? For instance, and they finally ended this program in Suffolk County on Long Island, but the red light cameras. I've thought for decades this was unconstitutional. They got the camera up there. You blow the red light. You get a ticket in the mail. You blew this red light. Look, here's the video. And you kind of it's humiliating a little bit, right? You see it. I didn't agree with it. I didn't like it. I paid the ticket because I didn't want to lose my driver's license, right? Now they just ended that system. They ended that program. I believe it's coming to an end. But again, I followed the law. Period. So when you start, passing and imposing harsher laws and harsher restrictions, those of us who are already following the laws that were in place before the bigger restrictions, we're going to follow those too because we're law-abiding citizens. We're not here to create problems. And there were some laws that, and rules that I didn't necessarily abide by. These temporary emergency measures, the mask mandates. Come on. Vaccine mandate. Well, I'm not going into the city, right? If I have to be vaccinated to go in there, then I'm just not going to go in there. Ooh, big loss for me. Sean's not getting stabbed on the subway today. You know why? Because he's not vaccinated. He's not allowed on the subway. Okay, fine. So this woman who was lit on fire by this illegal immigrant from Guatemala, we talked about this over on Tuesday as well. The Guatemalan who burned the woman to death on the subway is an illegal alien previously deported by the Trump administration in 2018 and got into the United States as a gotaway under Joe Biden. Coming from Bill Malugin, who is citing sources with the Department of Homeland Security. Sebastian Zepeda crossed into the United States in Arizona on June 1st in 2018 and was deported a few days later on June 7th, 2018. Zepeda then re-entered the United States illegally as a gotaway at an unknown time and location and roamed around freely thanks to Joe Biden. And this highlights a kind of spin-off issue with the border. It's like, okay, well, there's 10 million illegals, or there's 15 million illegals, or there's 20 million, however many you believe there are a bunch of them in this country that we don't know about, right? Because you can't detect every single person who crosses the border. So however many encounters Border Patrol had, we also have to think about how many encounters they didn't have. Even if that's a fraction of, if there was 500,000 encounters one month, even if it's, 25% of that. There's a lot of people that got into that country. illegally that we don't know about. We don't know what their motivations are. We don't know what they're planning on doing. We don't know who they're working with. We don't know if they're a part of a cartel or a terrorist organization, or they're just a sleaze, somebody who got out of one of those mental institutions or prisons down there in Latin America. We don't know anything about these people. They're here. And I mean, case in point, right here. Right here. This Sebastian Zepeda, who at 7:30 a.m., back on, I believe, the 23rd of December, decided he was just going to light a sleeping subway passenger on fire on the subway. Police believe the man was sitting across from her on the train while she was napping and that he got up and lit her on fire. I know. Left-wing activist. Sebastian Zepeda is just here for a better life. It's obvious, right? Sebastian Zepeda, he's just here he's a dreamer, right? No, people are illegal. He's a person too. I know he's a bad person. He's a colostomy bag of a person. As flames consumed the victim, the suspect was seen exacerbating the situation by fanning the flames. Speaking of the word exacerbating, J.J. Watt yesterday, I don't know if you guys caught this on the Netflix. I think it was J.J. Watt. It was one of the ex-players that was in the booth last night. They say, at this time of the year, everybody's dealing with injuries, and the longer schedule just exasperates. Like, whoa, I'm exasperated. It was the wrong word. You guys, if you're going to use big words, you might want to kind of look up the definitions first, okay? No, I like these guys. Actually, I didn't really have any problems with the Netflix broadcast yesterday, except in Game 2, they would not shut the F up about Beyonce. Can I ask this question? Is there a more useless person in the world than Beyonce? Useless. Useless. How do I know she's useless? Well, she was paid $2 million by Kamala Harris's campaign. She didn't perform, and Kamala lost the election. Useless. Is there a more useless and overrated person in entertainment than Beyonce? Overrated, overproduced. Everyone, Queen Bee. Queen of what? I mean, and if you know the kind of stuff that she's into, you get it, the whole Queen thing. You got to look into, my wife showed me this video. You got to look into this. There's like the award shows. Whenever somebody wins an award that Beyonce doesn't win, the only person who deserves it more than me is Beyonce. Would you stop? It's very culty. Kind of weird. You ask questions about it, though. You're a conspiracy theorist. Okay, fine. Maybe I am. I just see a useless person being, propped up as great. I have questions about it. It's like, what does she have on these other people? Who knows? The subway killer, though, Sebastian Zepeda. So undocumented, right? Came into the country illegally. Deported by Trump and the administration in 2018. Came back under Joe Biden. And incoming border czar Tom Homan. He was just in Tennessee a couple weeks ago. This guy means business. He is very upset. That's not the words that he used. PO'd is the words that he used. But he's very upset about the open border, about child trafficking, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, criminals, etc., the cartels. Are people getting hurt? Not just our citizens, but Border Patrol and immigrations officers, customs, and ICE getting hurt in harm's way now. Tom Homan was on Fox Business Network on Christmas Eve, Tuesday. And he said that the illegal immigrant that lit the woman on fire on the subway was getting government benefits. That's nice. Isn't that nice? You feel good? Where are the leftists today? Where are our leftist friends? Do we have any of our liberal friends in the YouTube chat today who are like, utopia? Be nice to the dreamers. They're just here for a better life. Legal residents commit crimes too. I know. led with that story today. We talked about how that legal American citizen should have been behind bars and not been in position to commit that crime, right? Because he had assaulted a cop, and you told me that if that happened on January 6th, that's bad. So if it happened on January 6th, whenever this guy assaulted a cop, that's also bad. He should have been behind bars, right? Never should have been stabbing people in the throat in Grand Central Station. Shouldn't have been slitting people's wrists in Grand Central Station with a knife, running around screaming, I hate all of you. That's the type of guy that's on the street because of your cashless bail policy, libs. But now you got Sebastian Zepeda in this country illegally, living off of our taxes, getting government benefits, and it just so happened to light a woman on fire on the subway. But you know what? Tell me why the open border is great for this country, leftists. That's a great idea. It's wonderful. Yeah, we hear all about how the homeless got a homeless problem. We got to take care of the homeless, the homeless, the homeless, the homeless. Well, because of you, we took care of this guy instead of the homeless. You happy with yourselves? Holman said, you think about it, this illegal alien that burned the young lady alive probably had a free hotel room, 3 squares a day, free medical attention. But this young homeless person, she doesn't have anything, and she died a horrendous death. He said, so I want Hochul, I want the mayor of Chicago, the governor, all these sanctuary cities that are speaking out against President Trump and myself running this deportation operation. I want you to watch that video and know how this young lady suffered. I want you to listen to the Laken Riley tape. That's a tough tape to listen to, folks. That's a tough one to listen to, the Laken Riley tape. That one ain't easy. That one ain't easy. Scary, actually. When you think about that, that could have been somebody that you know, or your daughter. Could be anybody. Your niece. Could have been anybody that you know. You have this epidemic in this country. How she fought for her life, Laken Riley, Jocelyn Ungare. The young lady didn't want to die. Holman says, I want you to realize how these people died. And tell me you still support sanctuary cities. Tell me that you don't want to help me, Tom Holman, Donald Trump, remove public safety threats from the community. That's what it's about. We pay for these people to come here. We pay for them to exist. We pay for their shelter. We pay for their food. We pay for their medical. We pay for their phones. We pay for everything. And then they start lighting people on fire. They start stabbing people. They start raping young girls. We pay for everything. And they do that. What is my least favorite item in the federal budget? Foreign aid. My least favorite item in the federal budget is foreign aid. You know what my second least favorite item in the federal budget is? Domestic foreign aid. This crap with the illegals. So you commit a crime day one when you come across the border. You claim asylum. That ain't how it works. You get into the country and now you are living on our dime, contributing absolutely nothing? Give me a break. Give me a break. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You know, we're going to get to this. They know. The illegals know that what they're getting is more than they deserve. It's got to come to an end. It's got to stop. I don't like foreign aid. I don't like domestic foreign aid either, where we are, instead of shipping the money overseas, we're just spending the money on people who don't belong here from other countries anyway. Unfreaking believable. All right. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be right back. 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting. We'll wrap up hour 2 next. We'll talk about how the illegals know that they're getting more than they deserve. They're admitting to being spoiled. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. The number to call, 855-839-1210 if you want to weigh in. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting with you up until 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll be right back after this.
Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Luigi's not getting any Swedish fish in the joint. Luigi has for breakfast a choice of fruits, grits, bread, eggs, and coffee.
We have to remember, as these dummies on News Nation are, hi everybody, there's a person dead. It's again this idol worship. Do you guys see him? Is he watching? Like they're giddy schoolgirls. Ugh.
Goes back to the big take this morning, the violence of the left, the irrelevance of the media.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
Alan Iverson, Joel and Bean.
My dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's amazing.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The holidays are here. Christmas, New Year parties, hosting, going. Need fresh ideas for meal planning? Let Captain Chucky's help you with quick, delicious fresh meals and prepared seafood trays. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com for the Chucky's nearest you.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company. The NFL playoffs are almost here, and it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You heard that correct. $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which player will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest game of the year. FanDuel.com/Greg for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over. Present PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
This segment brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, an all-wheel drive XC94 as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Thank you for the coaching on that there, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Yes. The word is applicable, not applicable. I don't know who the heck says
I
these
don't know. I
things.
read that wrong, and I
Crazy people.
apologize.
But if you buy from Cherry Hill Volvo, we're throwing in a Trump-a-pult. I'll handle the bosses, okay?
Okay.
We're throwing them in. We got to get the bad hombres out, right? We got to
Yes,
fling them out.
indeed. Thank you for the help, though, on the read. Appreciate that.
Of
Sales
course,
are happy.
anytime.
I'm happy.
The great Jim Kelly. He's a tremendous person, right? Tremendous guy. We're back here, 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company, having a good time here on a, what is today? Thursday morning, right? Thursday morning. Here on 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Sean Farish, guest hosting for you today, all the way up until the 10 o'clock hour, till 10 a.m. And we're talking crime in the Northeast, New York City. I just saw a video. Somebody sent it to me. Babylon Village, right where, near where I used to live. I lived in West Babylon, but I mean, for a short period of time, we had a little studio apartment in Babylon Village. But the mayor of Babylon Village was being asked questions by residents, the people who pay her salary. And she says, I don't answer questions. You're in my house now. My goodness. These elected officials, they need to have their ego. I mean, they got to have their egos checked. It's unbelievable. these elected officials. They think they're hot. You know what? They think they're hot sugar honey iced tea. You work for us. You not get that? Do people? I guess people don't understand that. You're a public servant. You're not a celebrity. I don't care what And there are people on both sides of the aisle who do this crap. They turn their office into like some celebrity platform. It's ridiculous. You're a public servant. Go in and serve, okay? And we talked about it last week. I'm sorry, not last week. We talked about it last segment. Last week, where are we? We talked about it last segment, how the illegal aliens are, I call it domestic foreign aid, right? Because you have these folks from foreign countries coming in, right? And taking advantage of our situation, right? Taking advantage of our wide open border, okay? And coming in here, and their entire life is funded. Free meals, free shelter, free transportation, free health care. In some cases, free money. Here's a debit card. Have fun with it. Free phones. I mean, their entire life becomes free. You're living for free. Must be nice. Living in the Roosevelt Hotel, luxury hotel, for free, totally free. No issues, on the taxpayer's dime. It's just crazy. And you look at this, and there were some illegals, right? Last year, there was a story that came out that they were complaining about the quality of the food. Are you kidding me? You're not even supposed to be here. And you're complaining about the quality of the free food that you're getting? We can go ahead and give the homeless veterans that food. I'm sure they wouldn't complain. Unreal. And the worst part is, folks, a lot of them know they're spoiled. A lot of them know they don't deserve this. Not that people don't deserve to be treated nice. We should be kind to people. I would kindly tell these illegals to please leave the country instead of saying, get the F out right off the bat. Please leave. No, now get the F out. And if you don't want to get the F out, that's what the Trump pult is for. We load them in, right? We load them in. We pull back. We pull it all the way back, way, way. And we let them go. They fling, right? There they go, up at a beautiful 45 or 47 degree angle, right? We love the Trump pult. And they've got a parachute. And when they start to come down, they could pull the cord and they will land safely wherever the hell it is. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, right? New York City illegal immigrants who are in shelter, they know their taxpayer-funded housing and their taxpayer-funded food and their taxpayer-funded health care and their taxpayer-funded cell phones and their taxpayer-funded preloaded debit cards with all this money and their taxpayer-funded transportation. Are you upset with this yet? They know it's way too much. Some illegal immigrants admit they're living the life of Riley at taxpayers' expense. Here on the Post-Millennial, let's say they're getting spoiled in the process. The New York Times, what? The New York Times published a story on Monday on how some of those migrants are faring in the city, looking mainly at those living in hotels, office buildings, and even the tent city at Floyd Bennett Field, which is slated to be closed in January. It's going to get cold. We wouldn't want the bad hombres to be cold. A Colombian mother staying at the Watson Hotel admitted to feeling guilty. Oh, really? Then go home. You feel guilty? Why don't you do the right thing? Our friend Heather Osborne, who calls into our show all the time, Ungoverned on Rumble. Afuera! Afuera! A Colombian mother staying at the Watson Hotel admitted to feeling guilty about the treatment she has received since coming to America. Quote, "We're getting spoiled." Did I say it? Was it me? Did I say they're getting spoiled, or did the person who came to America illegally say she's getting spoiled? Was it me or was it her? It was her. It was her. I didn't say it. I can't even be like Mark Levin. That's right. I said it. I can't even do that because she said it. She said they're getting spoiled. 3 words. We're getting spoiled. Ingrid Haneo said, this was never my idea. I didn't leave my country under the conditions we fled for this. I didn't say it. Ingrid, take it up with Ingrid, okay? She's the one who said they're getting spoiled. Other illegal immigrants are worried about the incoming administration of President-elect Donald Trump and its promise to deport millions of them. You better be worried. We're making a list. We're checking it twice. All the bad hombres will be deported by ICE. 47's coming to town. It may not be Christmas anymore, but the song is still relevant. Quote, people are desperate to get out. Nicolaza Criollo told The Times, which acknowledged that over 225,000 illegal immigrants have entered the city, New York City. Under the Biden administration since 2022, they have cost the city more than $6 billion with a B in housing alone. $6 billion. This is why I call it domestic foreign aid. If we sent $6 billion to Ukraine, I'd be upset with it. I say we got to spend the money here. They're like, okay, we'll spend it here on those. No, not on those people. No. You know what? Send it to Ukraine. Here, give it to Zelensky. Get the bad hombres out. Isn't that bad? I'd rather spend $6 billion on Zelensky. Oh, I'd rather not spend it anywhere, but I'd rather give it to Ukraine than give it to people who entered my country illegally. At least Zelensky's across the thing. But no, please stop all foreign aid. Stop the foreign aid and the domestic foreign aid. That's what this is. It is domestic foreign aid. You're giving $6 billion out to the illegal immigrants coming from Nicaragua and El Salvador and Colombia and Guatemala and Brazil and all these other countries. You're giving all of them a Paraguay, who we strengthened their border, $2.1 million last year. That's great. Nothing for our border, but Paraguay's got a nice fence up, nice wall, nice border security over there, right? Stop the foreign aid and the domestic foreign aid. That's what this is. It's domestic foreign aid. It is money spent on other people from other countries and other countries' people in our country. It's lunacy. Total lunacy. And again, the illegals know they're spoiled. What did Ingrid say? Our friend Ingrid? Ingrid said, we're getting spoiled. Okay. The New York Times, of course, downplayed the cost residents of the city have been bearing. $6 billion in housing. Just housing. Just housing. Not food, not phone, not healthcare. Just housing. $6 billion. Are you kidding me? Afuera. Quote, despite critics who blamed migrants for draining public resources, this is the New York Times, despite critics who blamed migrants for draining public resources, you're right. It's not the migrants who are doing it. It's you. It's the people pushing these policies that are forcing these resources to be drained. The migrants are just taking advantage of it. I mentioned at the beginning of the show today, I can't blame them. I don't blame them. You see free stuff, you're going. Go, listen, come on. Level with me here. All right. You're in Costco. They're handing out free samples. You're going to the table more than once if you like it, right? You're going to the thing more than once if you like the free sample. You're going to take advantage of it. Okay. You're going to take advantage of it. It's all right. I get it. No, I would never. You would. Stop it. You would. You'd go right back to the Costco thing. Oh, that was really good. I'm going to try another one to make sure I really like it. Right? Come on. You know what we should do? I know a lot of memers. People make memes. You know what we should do? We should take this is a great idea, right? Listen, we should take like the overhead view of a Costco with all the aisles and all of the free sample carts, and then take a picture of Chris Christie and have him gobbling them up like Pac-Man all throughout the aisles of Costco. I may talk to one of my friends who make memes and we'll deploy that when he's in the news next time. I think that'd be a good idea. Snack man. No, snack man. Despite critics who blame migrants for draining public resources, over half the migrants in the city Over half the migrants the city has sheltered since 2022 have exited the system, and the number entering has been in decline, it wrote. In 2023 alone, federal, state, and municipal governments spent $150 billion on illegal immigrants in 2023 alone. When I say this is domestic foreign aid, those are Ukraine numbers. Holy crap. Okay, so hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, and then hundreds of billions of dollars to these folks who are in this country who came here illegally. No wonder we're in debt. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has increasingly moved further away from the Democratic policy on open borders and sanctuary cities because it ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun, is it, Eric? It ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun, is it? Don't worry about the fact that he campaigned on making, keeping New York City. We're a city of immigrants. Our administration go reflect that. You could Google that. They're good people. They come in our city. Diversity's our strength. Oh, okay. Now you're like, we got to send these, what do you call them? Bad hombres out our city. Come on, folks. Guy's playing you like a fiddle. Pardon Eric Adams. No thanks. Adams suggested the incoming Trump administration could use an executive order to deal with his city's sanctuary status for illegal immigrants. He recently reached out to Trump saying, I reached out to him and I shared that I would like to sit down and speak with him to hear what his ideas are, because I don't want people talking at each other. I want people to talk to each other. And I made it clear that I'm not going to be warring with the administration. I'm going to be working with this administration. He is, Eric, Mayor Adams, you got a little, you got a little brown on your nose, right? It's right. No, it's right there. You got to wipe it off. Donald Trump's butt, right? Why? Because he wants a pardon. He didn't care about keeping the city safe. If he wanted to keep the city safe, he could have done so. He won his mayor election in 2021. He said years to make the city safer. It hasn't gotten safer. That guy's a liar. Anyway, Ingrid Haneo, she admitted it. The illegals are being spoiled. It's domestic foreign aid. That's what I'm going to call it from this point forward. It is domestic foreign aid. $150 billion on illegal immigrants in 2023. That's Ukraine. Those are Ukraine numbers. Did homeless veterans get $150 billion in 2023? No. How about infrastructure, roads and bridges? We're going to build back better. We didn't build anything. We built nothing. We'll get $150 billion that we're spending it on people who have no legal claim to be in this country. None. Mass deportations are needed. We got to get rid of them. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. And the fact that these folks know it, the mother, Ingrid, I feel guilty. Well, if you feel real guilty about it, you could leave. Up and out. Come in the right way. I don't have a problem with legal immigration. Some people do. And we'll get to that next segment, because this is the root of the problem is not the legal immigrant. Okay? Personal accountability. We got to take accountability for what our country is doing wrong. I don't have an issue with the legal immigrants in this country. I don't. Is the H-1B system abused? It is. Every system is abused, okay? But I don't have a problem with the legal. If you're following the laws and you came to this country legally and you've done it the right way and you took the time and you did this, and everything's on the up and up, you know what? You did it the right way. Best of luck to you. May the best man win and may merit be rewarded. Okay? I don't have a problem with it. But if you're here illegally and you think you're going to take advantage of the opportunities that Americans are being robbed of daily, right? Now I have a problem. And if you have people like Ingrid who says that they feel guilty, but still take, and do nothing to contribute, now I have an even bigger problem. Out! Out! Get out! It's like that scene from The Honeymooners, right? The Blabbermouth episode. Ralph Craner, get out! Out! You all got to leave. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You know who needs to stay here? You do. As we wrap up here, we're wrapped up. Hour 2 is done. We'll be back with Hour 3. Cannot believe we're halfway there, living on a prayer, as the great Bon Jovi would say. Here on 1210 WPHT, it's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting. Follow me on X at SHAWN_FARASH. We're guest hosting here until 10 o'clock Eastern time. It's Kayal and Company. It's 1210 WPHT, and we'll be right back after this.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The season of giving is coming, and Mazda gives you moments. Because the best gifts don't come in a box. They're the times we share with the ones we love. For both drivers and passengers, Mazda crafts vehicles to heighten those moments together, journey after journey. After all, it's the moments you choose to give that can move you the most. Mazda.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading for financing as low as 0% APR for 36 months on select new models. Find out more at piazzamazda.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hour 3 now of Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT. Sean Farish guest hosting with you here until 10 o'clock. We're having a good time. We're going to talk about the big debate that is now erupting all across the political ecosystem about immigrants and who should come in and who shouldn't, and what Donald Trump's promises were and what his platform is, and who's calling the shots in the administration, the whole 9 yards. And I have a take that I've been kind of talking about on X, if you're following me there. And this has been really, it's been my stance for nearly 4 years now about our immigration system and also our education system. You know, there's a debate, and I'm interested in seeing what your thoughts are. So after you hear kind of what my position is, if you want to weigh in, 855-839-1210. You know, the debate now is it's interesting. I see a lot of people on X, and conservative voices and whatnot, saying that we shouldn't have any immigrants, none, zero, especially not skilled workers. And you see Elon Musk and business owners in the country saying, well, hold on, why don't we want the best of the best to come here? If you run a sports franchise, it doesn't really matter what college the athlete is from or, what country they're from. If they are good enough to earn a spot in the starting lineup, then you start them, right? I mean, imagine if Major League Baseball didn't allow Japanese players to come play baseball in the United States. We wouldn't have guys like Shohei Ohtani or Yu Darvish, folks like that, in Major League Baseball right now. You wouldn't have the best of the best competing at the highest level for the world to see. And I get it. It's just a game. But competition and merit, iron sharpens iron. That's why athletics, that's why sports is one of those, one of the last things you see where it's like, no, you can't be a DEI quarterback. If that's what happens, look at the Jets, right? That's what DEI looks like. It's also what, drafting high and not developing any talent looks like. And my brother in suffering, Phil Almquist, knows what I'm talking about. Gosh. It's just so painful. It's so painful. But I don't have a problem with, now, before anybody gets excited and gets nuts and, oh my gosh, wait a second, I thought you were a right-wing conservative. I am a right-wing conservative guy, but I believe in the merit-based system. I thought you did too. I don't have a problem with a foreign-born worker coming to this country and earning his or her position with a company because of their merit, not because of their skin color, not because of their, native country, because of their skills. This highlights a problem that I have been talking about for 3 years almost now, actually more than 3 years, almost 4 years now. And it is the failing American education system. I want you to think about this, okay? I said over 3 years ago that education is the America First issue that nobody wants to talk about, right? It is the America First issue. When you have children going into the public school system, wherever they are across the country, with the amount of federal involvement that we have, the Department of Education, standardized testing, one size fits all, DEI, CRT, SEL, whatever you want to call it, right? You got the gender studies permeating all levels of education, drag queen story hour, all of this, all the LGBTIAPPQTRA, whatever you are. All right, they're getting into Greek letters now soon with that community, right? The rainbow, the alphabet community. Folks, education is the America First issue that continues to get overlooked. We look at the border, we look at the military, we look at DEI in the corporate world. We don't give a damn that it's happening in our schools. What happens when a child who goes to school, they go to kindergarten, they're 4 years old, 5 years old, they get through the system, they're now 18 years old, they've been brainwashed for 13 to 14 years, indoctrinated in a way of thinking, they're spit out of this system, and they are now wired to behave and to think a certain way. If you take a child, right? If you take a child and you show him that this shape right here, I'll hold it up. It's a notepad for those listening, but you see on the screen that this right here, it's a rectangle. You could see it. But that this object in my hand, this shape is called a circle. And you tell them that for 14 straight years or 13 straight years in the public education system, and then you show him that shape, he's going to say, or she's going to say, yes, that's a circle. Well, why are they saying that? Because that's what they've been taught to say. So after 13 years of brainwashing, if you've been taught that there are 758 genders, that's what you're going to believe. And they reinforce their indoctrination. When I was in 10th grade, and this was, years ago, it's 2006, 2007, something like that. When I was in 10th grade, in my biology class, we watched the entirety of The Inconvenient Truth. You know, the Al Gore movie about climate change? All of it now, all of it has been debunked. We had to take a test on what we watched, as if what we watched was undisputed scientific fact. If we did not answer questions on that test, well, what are the effects of climate change? You know, based on what are the effects that Long Island was going to be underwater, that Miami was going to be underwater, that species were going to be in grave danger of extinction, including possibly the human species, that the ice caps were going to melt at record levels, it was going to be hot as hell all over the place. If we didn't answer questions like that in this doom and gloom scenario, we would have failed. So they force you to admit, at the very, very best, innocent mistruths. And at the very worst, what they're doing is they're forcing you to submit to their will and answer questions and reinforce that indoctrination in the minds of these children. You have DEI in education all across the country. We uncovered it on Long Island in 2021, Loudoun County, Virginia, same deal. I mean, you've got this going on in the education system all over the country. You got these kids, they go to school 13 years in the public school system. Now they're out. They have been primed for further indoctrination, so they go to college, right? Because they're told that the college degree is worth its weight in gold. So why don't you go into debt, learn more bull crap, get out, be in debt, and then join the workforce? Here's the problem, folks. The jobs that need real skills. I'm not talking about, a call center, right? Where you call T-Mobile customer service, you're having an issue with your phone, you're having an issue with your account, and you get some guy who's definitely either not in this country or not from this country, and you're trying to communicate with this person, right? To me, that's not a job that necessarily requires skills. A lot of those folks will sit down and read a flow chart. What's your name? What's the problem? Did you try turning the phone on and off? Did you try this setting? Did you try that setting? Oops, okay, I've done all I can. I'm going to pass you along to the next team. And the next person gets on the phone with you, and they go through another flow chart. And if that doesn't work, the next person gets on the phone with you, and they go through another flow chart until they get to a destination where they fix the problem, or you have to go into the store, or you're going to be sent a new device, or, you're going to be sold some other policy, or you're going to be told, oops, sorry, you're just out of luck. Those aren't the skilled jobs I'm talking about. But there's a debate now about these highly skilled immigrants. Should they be allowed into the country, right? These engineers, these people. You know what the solution is, folks? Because I do believe in a merit-based system. I do believe that the best among us should be rewarded. And I do believe in businesses operating here in America. And if those jobs need to be filled, the best candidate for those jobs should fill those openings, period. End of story. The way to ensure more skilled American workers fill those positions, it's not to cut off the flow of folks coming into the country from other countries who may have the skills necessary to fill those positions. It's to produce better talent. If America and the American education system, correct me if I'm wrong, 855-839-1210, if America and the American education system, and if Americans like me want to see Americans, skilled Americans, filling those positions and not losing out to foreigners in other countries who don't do DEI in their schools. If we want Americans to fill those jobs, we need to produce a larger talent pool of skilled Americans. Unfortunately, your gender studies degrees, your underwater basket weaving degrees, your feminism in the 19th century degrees are not going to help somebody who needs an architect or an engineer. Gender studies there is no use for that in the real world. None. First of all, gender studies is a made-up concept. There are two genders. You could study men, you could study women, and the rest is all make-believe. You might as well watch Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and talk to, whatever their names were, King Wednesday or whoever the hell it was, right, on in the land of make-believe. Because you'll find all the other genders in the land of make-believe, too. I mean, this is why it's so easy for me to write these parody Christmas carols. We'll tell all the pretenders there's only two genders. The rest of them are all for show. It's the truth. So we are feeding, we are force feeding American students, the next generation of American workers. We're force feeding them complete and total bullcrap in many situations. Bullcrap. Just total nonsense. We're force feeding them that while other countries around the world are teaching their students real skills. Places like India, China, Russia. They're teaching their students real skills. Those students then come to our country. They enroll in some of our universities. They get their quote-unquote higher education. They possess real-world skills, and they take those jobs. Folks, a lot of it is our fault. I'm not saying all of it's our fault, but a lot of it is our fault. I saw a stat on X. I didn't verify it, but let's just think about this for a second. There are 8,100 engineers or so, types of engineer, specific type, in the world. 335 of them are in the United States. Why do we not lead the world in that category? There's no excuse. I'm told we're the wealthiest country in the world. Our education system is producing people who are useless. Not everybody who graduates high school is useless. Not everybody who graduates college is useless. But I'm telling you, your blanket, go to school to get a business. You don't need a degree to run a business. You know what you need to run a business? You need to know that you're making more money than you're spending to run a business. That's it. That's all. You could run a lemonade stand at 10 years old. Lemonade stand. Mommy, I'm making lemonade. Really? Cool. How much money did you spend to get all the supplies? I spent $5. How much money have you made today? I've made $10. Oh, great. And you could take that lesson and apply it to any profession in the real world and run a business. It's true. You want to run a podcast? You could run a podcast. Oh, it's hard to monetize, but it isn't really. The overhead's a lot lower than you would think. You just got to make sure that you are bringing in more than you're sending out. And you could run a profitable business. It ain't hard. You don't need a degree for it. But then what happens when you get your business degree? Well, you learn about diversity in the workplace. And you worry about, you hear about, all of these different nonsense classes and courses that are supposed to, check off the DEI. Well, we talked about this DEI issue and this DEI. And you get out and you're woke as hell. You're prioritizing people's feelings over profits and your business fails, okay? You got these kids, these engineers that are coming from other countries. Why aren't they coming from our country? Because we're not prioritizing real-world skills in the education system anymore. We're prioritizing gender studies and DEI and the best way to kill your infant. You know what I mean? With abortion and systemic racism and critical race theory. That's what we're prioritizing in our education system. You wonder why Americans are being passed over for jobs? It's because the Americans that are applying for these jobs aren't as qualified as some of these other people. I'm not saying that's the case in every case, but I can guarantee you that's the case in most of them. I can guarantee you that's the case in most of them. Have you noticed in the United States of America, even your simple retail customer service jobs, the service, the quality of service has rapidly declined. That's because they're not focusing on providing a quality experience for the customer anymore. They're not teaching real-world skills. They're not teaching social skills. They're not teaching these skills that'll help these kids survive in the real world, in the workforce. Once they get out of the classroom, they don't know what to do. They're lost. They don't know what to do. And so they don't have the skills to fill those positions because they weren't taught them. So is the problem that we're importing skilled immigrants? Someone's got to fill those positions. Or is the problem that we don't have enough skilled people in our country because our education system isn't doing enough, isn't preparing our children, isn't preparing the next generation of leaders and engineers and folks that are going to enter the workforce? They're not preparing them with the skills necessary to succeed. That's why education is the America First issue of our time. If we equip the next generation of engineers, doctors, nurses, lawyers with skills necessary to succeed, then they can apply those skills in the real world where they're needed. If we apply them with if we supply these kids with the DEI nonsense that has been failing for the last decade, then the system's going to fail. They're going to fail, and someone else who is more equipped, has more skills, and is more qualified is going to take that job away from them, and you're going to see Americans suffer as a result, and we're watching it play out in real time right now. We're going to get into more of this when we come back. We're in the middle of hour 3 here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish, guest hosting for you up until 10 o'clock Eastern time. Don't go anywhere. This conversation is just heating up, but if you want to weigh in, 855-839-1210. We'll be right back after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Hey, Philadelphia, they shut down Christmas Village. The mayor was speaking out about that just when we're making this great comeback in the city.
Not to defend Sherelle Parker by any stretch, but the mayor's only like a third of the equation. You have a chief of police, you have a district attorney. Sherelle can say one thing, but if Larry Krasner does another thing, and then of course we know the way that the police have been neutered, you got to have everybody on the same playbook. And if you're not on the same playbook, you're not going to achieve your goal in getting crime to where you believe it should be the, quote, acceptable number.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Nick Kayal here. The holiday season isn't over yet, so I have an announcement. Attention holiday shoppers, when you want to give the gift of Wawa, a digital gift card is an easy way to send it near or far. Just visit Wawa.com, pick one of our festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. Your Wawa gift card will show up in their inbox instantly. It's like magic. Purchase a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to someone you love. Happy gifting and happy holidays from Wawa.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-411-2215. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our tax relief hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pensions seized. Call now. Call 800-411-2215. That's 800-411-2215. 800-411-2215.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back, 8:24 here on a Thursday morning. Happy Boxing Day, 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting for you here up to the 10 o'clock hour. Rocking and rolling. I'm just a lonely girl, right? That's what they say. I'm scarred by this song, by the way, because I associate it with the ending of The Sopranos. And, that was an ending that still haunts everybody, right? What happened at the end?
Meadow is trying to park the car now, and we're in the restaurant.
Yeah, I know. It's the ending of that. And then, it says ambiguous. It's like ambiguous like the ending to the movie Inception, right? That's a movie. If you know what? If you want to have your mind effed with, watch that movie. And then watch Shutter Island, another Leonardo DiCaprio movie where nobody seems to know what's going on. Crazy. That'll screw with your head. Watch out after a long day. You'll wake up with a migraine for like 2 weeks. Unbelievable. Anyway, we're talking about DEI and education. And, I guess the point is, I don't want to see Americans replaced, but Americans do have to earn their spots in some of these jobs, right? This is the problem. The problem is, just like I don't want to see jobs handed out to people for being a certain race or religion or color or whatever, I also don't want Americans to be handed jobs just because they're Americans. You've got to earn it, right? We mock DEI. We say that DEI stands for didn't earn it. That's what I do a lot. That's what it is. We're handing out positions to people to check boxes, not because these folks who are getting these positions have actually earned their spot, right? It's like putting a first baseman on the roster of the Philadelphia Phillies because he's black or he's Hispanic or he's Asian, not because he's good, right? Put it this way, you get this big story, unfortunately, over in was it Kazakhstan, of this airplane crash, and I don't think it was the pilot's fault. It seems like the plane was like shot down or something. But I don't want to know that the pilot who's flying the plane that I'm on was hired because he is a minority or has a different skin color. I want to know that he's flying my plane because he can. Because he's qualified. That's the point. And I don't care if my pilot comes from another country as long as he's qualified to fly the plane. Would I rather that be an American-born guy? Of course I would. I want my countrymen and the folks that I share this country with to succeed. But the problem is, again, this education system is putting our students behind the 8 ball. We're lagging. We shouldn't be. And this comes as Wikipedia. Now this is that's a whale of an organization, right? And it's a shame. Where's Robbie Starbuck? We need him to do a deep dive on Wikipedia. Wikipedia in 2023, 2024 spent 50 million with an M on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Wikipedia. This is on the post-millennial. Wikipedia's 2023-2024 annual budget report has disclosed that the organization allocated more than $50 million of its $177 million budget. It's almost a third to diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. $50 million for nothing. Go on Wikipedia, right? Go to wikipedia.com. What do you get hit with when you go to wikipedia.com? I'll go to wikipedia.com or wikipedia.org. I'm sorry. Donate now. Please donate now. Donate to us. No, I don't think so. When you spend $50 million, a third of your budget nearly, on DEI initiatives, you're not getting a cent from me. This information sparked widespread calls to cease donations to the controversial website until Wikipedia disbands its woke policies. Among its critics was Elon Musk, the owner of X, co-head of Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, who called for significant editorial changes to the website. Musk's criticism follows years of outrage against Wikipedia's apparent prejudice against conservative ideology and the targeting political opponents with misinformation on its website, often labeling anyone to the right of center as far right. $50 million of Wikipedia's budget in 2023-2024 was spent on DEI. $50 million. And it's not just DEI initiatives like, we're going to fill this position with a black person and fill this position with a Hispanic person and fill this position with a space alien and fill this position with this one and that one and blah, blah, blah. And this one, this one's earmarked for a non-binary tree self. And this one is earmarked for, a furry. And this one is earmarked, for a white guy. Wow, interesting. And this one is earmarked for, no, that's not what we're talking about. DEI. You're looking at that's just not it. It's when you earmark money to hire in that way, the folks who are hired are going to further the ideology that made it easier for them to get hired, right? Musk said, quote, "Stop donating to Wokepedia until they restore balance to their editing authority." According to the report, Wikipedia budgeted $51.7 million for equity, safety, and inclusion, followed by $86.1 million for infrastructure and $39.2 million for effectiveness. What is wrong with that picture? Effectiveness is the lowest budget item on the totem pole of Wikipedia. They have prioritized DEI over being effective. If that is not a microcosm, if that is not symbolic of what we have been dealing with as a nation, I don't know what is. Okay? You have Wikipedia, $86 million for infrastructure, $51.7 million for DEI initiatives, equity, safety, and inclusion, and $39.2 million of their budget for effectiveness. So they care the least about being effective. They care more about being, quote unquote, diverse than they do about being effective. That is this nation's education system in a nutshell. You can say the same thing about your public school system. The same thing. Couldn't you? Your schools care more about being diverse. Your schools care more about equity. Your schools care more about inclusion than they do about being effective schools, than they do about actually educating. These children are not being educated. And if they're being educated, they're being taught things that don't matter. The role of the education system is not to teach kids what to think. It's to teach them how to think. And even that's dangerous. You're supposed to spark that critical thinking process. You're supposed to light that fire and then let that child's inquisitiveness, let that child's curiosity be the catalyst. What happened to creativity? What happened? What happened? This is the issue. Wikipedia is the model. Of those budget items, The one that should be prioritized at the top should be effectiveness. You're providing a service. You're an online encyclopedia. You need your information to be accurate. You're supposed to stand against misinformation and disinformation, and you're prioritizing effectiveness last? Does that not sum up the military, let's say? I have respect for everybody who's serving in the military. Everybody. I don't care if you're one of these folks who goes on TikTok and complains that you're not allowed to wear blush on the battlefield. I still respect you for serving. I do. Okay? But this is why we need like a Pete Hegseth, okay? He wants to purge woke from the military. He was like, oh, purge the military. What? He wants to get rid of people. Well, there may be some people who shouldn't be serving. But if the military, much like our education system, much like Wikipedia, which is dominated by leftists, the education system dominated by leftists, if the military is following that same formula where effectiveness comes last, then we have a problem. If you don't have an effective military, what does your country look like? Well, let's look at Afghanistan. They didn't have an effective military, and the Taliban took over the country in like a week and a half. Syria, same thing. And that's pretty serious. We don't have a meaningfully effective education system. The way this system is effective is not the way we need it to be. The students are coming out of these schools believing in fairy tales and nonsense because that's what they're spending time learning in these schools. That's what they're being force-fed in the schools. An education system that is effective will produce actual talent, people with abilities that can contribute to the real world. So when an American company needs an engineer or needs one of those bright minds, there's one available in-house. We don't have to import somebody. Unfortunately, our system is so devoid of that meaningful effectiveness because we're running it the same way Wikipedia is running their business, and you're getting the same result. If you go on Wikipedia, you could look up, somebody who is center, leans to the right, and Wikipedia will refer to them as a far-right extremist or a right-wing ideologue, or, something like they'll demonize that person for having a right-of-center view, as that post-millennial article kind of indicated. Folks, the exact same formula, the exact same ideology has taken root in our education system. And it comes from the top. From the federal level down. That's why I want Linda McMahon to deliver a stone cold stunner to the education system. Break it down, send it back to the states. That's it. That's it. Could you believe that? Effectiveness got the least amount of budget attention in Wikipedia. You don't think the same thing's happening in the news media? You don't think the same thing is happening in your schools? You wonder why these companies, these American businesses that need these engineers, that need the actual skilled, I'm not talking about call center stuff, that need actual skilled labor. You wonder why they're going elsewhere to find it? Because look at the talent pool and look at what the American talent pool has been exposed to for the last 13 plus years of their lives in education. Look at that. Look at what these kids are being taught. You want that person as in a role that requires skill and precision? These people who are learning about gender studies and underwater basket weaving and 19th century feminism and all this like just complete and total nonsense. Some of these college courses, and some of them are electives, but some of the majors are just dumb. There's no value. What'd you go to school for? I got my degree in 19th century feminism and my minor was in underwater basket weaving. Oh, wow. You can make a basket underwater? Yeah. Okay, great. When am I going to need that? Siri, can you balance a checkbook? What's a checkbook? What? And we wonder why these businesses are saying, well, the brightest and the best and the smartest, they're coming from other countries, because other countries aren't doing this crap with their education system. They're actually teaching their children how to succeed. They're saying, go to America, steal those jobs, take those jobs away from Americans. That only enriches these home countries. I mean, this is... And I've been screaming about this, beating this drum since 2021. And there have been people who are doing it for a lot longer than me. But I'm just saying, I mean, this ain't new. This is why education is so important. It's not just that we're indoctrinating our next generation of public servants and lawyers and doctors and nurses and et cetera. It's that we are literally educating our people how to fail. We are literally setting up our next generation to be beaten out for these positions by children and students from other countries because they're learning things that matter and our kids aren't. The problem here for me is not that skilled immigrants are coming into the country. If they're doing it legally, as I mentioned, I don't have a problem with that. My problem is, why aren't we competitive enough to stop it? Why isn't our talent pool competitive enough to win? Because our talent pool has been educated by clowns on how to best run a circus instead of how to do an actual job that is useful. And that's the problem. We're going to take a quick break and wrap up hour 3 when we come back. You're listening to Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. We'll be guest hosting until 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll be right back after this on 1210 WPHT. 1210 WPHT. Don't go anywhere.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select warehouse clubs in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local retailer today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Get the vehicle that's on your wish list with year-end savings from the Piazza Auto Group. For a limited time, get an incredible 0% APR for up to 72 months available on the all-new Honda Prologue from Piazza Honda in Langhorne, Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield, or the new 2024 ZDX from Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, also with 0% financing. Contact your local Piazza Honda or Piazza Acura dealer, or you can shop online, Piazza Honda and PiazzaAcura.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back to Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting for you until the 10 o'clock hour. 1210 WPHT. The number to call, 855-839-1210. We're now past the subway situation, first couple hours. We're wrapping up hour 3 here. We're talking about education, DEI, and how the American talent pool has become incredibly thin. There's talent. There are talented and skilled Americans all over the place. And there are children and students who are going to these trade schools who are, in my opinion, doing it the right way and setting themselves up for success because they're learning a skill that will always be useful. If you know how to build a building, you will always be needed. If you know how to fix a car, you will always be needed, right? It makes you essentially recession-proof. If you know how to weave a basket underwater or you know how to claim that there's 700 genders, nobody's going to need you. You'll be lucky if you work in a call center. It's a shame. Some kids go in, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt to learn about 19th century feminism. Great. Where are you going to use that? We got Charlie in Philadelphia wants to chime in here. What's up, Charlie?
Yeah, I think another problem is that I've worked in numerous hospitals and labs and stuff doing construction work, and you take notice if you're looking for, I guess, or if you're being aware that there's very few white young men that are working in these labs or they're young doctors. You see these doctors going around on their rounds, and it's all Orientals and Africans and people from India, Pakistan, that type of world. They get tax breaks. All these big companies. I was talking to somebody who worked in a lab when I was up there one day. They get tax breaks for hiring minorities. So you come in there and you're a good student and this, that, and the other. You're behind the 8 ball and it means that you got $5,000 chip on your shoulder. You know what I mean? They're going to get a tax break for hiring them. They're not going to you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and that's part. But see, that is part of the DEI. It's essentially that is DEI, right? If you hire somebody outside the country, there's an incentive. Well, that needs to go away. It needs to be straight up merit.
That goes for landscaping and everything, I believe. I don't know, but I know it's true with laboratories and
Well, it needs to go. And this is what I want. I want a purely merit-based system, right? That's what's necessary.
Sure,
that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. And if we're going to be, if American companies, hospitals, landscapers, construction, etc., if American companies are going to look for the best talent, and it happens to come from overseas, I can't complain. It's when these companies, like you said, are being incentivized to hire people who weren't born here. Well, that's a different story. But I'm of the mindset, I think this is something, and hopefully we get into it as a country and we really can diagnose this problem, because yes, what you just brought up is an issue. It's not that I'm saying it's nothing. There's definitely a problem. But when you look at what these children have been taught, a lot of the reason why you don't see a lot of American-born or white or whatever, students and folks coming into these fields, they're not being taught it. They're being taught garbage, and you can't use garbage in the real world. So there's, it's a double-edged sword, yes. And I do not believe companies should be given tax breaks simply because they're hiring people from other countries. It's not their job to hire people from other countries. It's their job to hire the best people. And if we could get back to a purely merit-based system where the best candidate wins and the best person with the best skills is rewarded with that position, then we will all wind up in a better place, because the competition will only create everyone to continue to get better. Instead of creating these companies, well, I can hire more Indians and I can hire more Pakistanis and I can hire more folks from Asia or Africa. Well, that doesn't matter. You need to be hiring the best people so that there's an incentive for being the best. That's my point.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Charlie, for the call. We appreciate it. That's Charlie in Philadelphia. Appreciate you for that. And we'll continue talking about it. Anybody else has opinions about this? 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. As we continue on here, we look at the Wikipedia prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion more so than prioritizing being effective, which is an issue. And it's their words, not mine. Effectiveness garnered about $39 million, and DEI got $51 million in their 2023-2024 budget. We mentioned this on Tuesday as well. Focus groups found the Democrat Party appeals to elites and has their, quote, heads in the sand, according to a Navigator research study. And that's been confirmed now by a former Democrat donor, or not a donor, but a fundraiser, somebody who was tasked with essentially bundling money and bringing donors to the party. Lindy Lee has called out the Democrat Party essentially for what that study found, that their heads are in the sand and that they've prioritized the wrong thing. I want to play these two clips. It's the two halves of one longer clip. Let's go to the clip one of this fundraiser on Fox News, a woman who raises money for the Democrat Party, or at least used to, who is now announcing her departure. She's leaving the Democrat Party, and I want you guys to listen to what she has to say. She just experienced this with the Kamala campaign, watching that campaign light money on fire, using it for completely ridiculous reasons. She has come forward, and she says there are many others like her. Let's listen to part one of this clip.
Ashley, Merry Christmas. It's wonderful to be with you.
Merry Christmas.
This has been a long time coming. My initial disillusionment became clear when I realized that they burnt essentially set $2.5 billion on fire. They raised $1.5 billion through the campaign, another $1 billion through the super PAC Future Forward. And there's been no accountability. We still haven't gotten any answer as to why Oprah, a billionaire, got $2.5 million through her production company. Why couldn't she pay for it? She's an oligarch. She could have just paid for the production costs herself. And not to mention the fact that they spent $450,000 putting Kamala Harris's face on the sphere. Now tell me why that would be helpful. Tell me how that would help her win. Obviously, that was utter failure. And then they spent $500,000 essentially bribing Al Sharpton moments before he interviewed her. And this is our hard-earned money. This is the money that I worked so hard to raise. I raised millions of this, and donors are feeling burned. And let me tell you, although I might be the only one coming forward, I haven't met a single donor who disagrees with me.
So there are donors to the Democrat Party right now, as Lindy Lee has said, that are furious that their money was set on fire. One of them was actually John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. He was on with, I believe, Kayleigh McEnany. He is now he's been a Democrat for a while. He's now a registered independent. He's left the Democrat Party. He advertises on this station everywhere, right? You hear Morgan & Morgan. He was on with Kayleigh McEnany not too long ago. He even said he begged the Democrats not to run Kamala. Said he wrote a letter saying this is not a good idea. Money being lit on fire to put her face on the sphere. I get it. It's a flex. Like, oh, look, I'm Kamala Harris and my face is on the sphere. Did she win Nevada? Are the results in? Are we still counting? Oh, she lost Nevada. Right. She lost Nevada. Right. So putting her face on the sphere didn't help. Lindy Lee was on Piers Morgan. She said, this Saturday I went on Fox and Friends. I said Democrats have a stench of loser hanging over them. As soon as I said that, there were boycott campaigns against me, unblock, unfollow campaigns. Lee has publicly questioned why nobody in the Harris campaign has taken any responsibility for blowing through more than $1 billion and losing anyway. In her most recent Fox appearance, she questioned how anyone would ever trust the party with that kind of money again. Good point. She says to Piers Morgan, she said, people have called me I don't want to say that word either, the C word, the W word, about a woman of, ill repute. They asked for me to be deported. So-called Democrats, the party of inclusion, the party of diversity, their masks are off. Let's listen to part two of that conversation that Lindy Lee had on Fox News, talking about how the Democrats burned through money, and she's leaving the party. Listen to her, how she describes her departure from the Democrat Party.
So what's been the response, Lindy, since you made your announcement?
Vitriolic. And they say they're not a cult, but look at how they behave when one of their own dares to think for herself. The excommunication, the defamation, the public shaming, the boycott campaigns, the psychological terrorism. I no longer have comments on any of my social media because it's just too much. I don't need that. It's just endless. And as soon as you step out of line, they will get you.
Yeah, that is clear. So what's next? Are you going to turn Republican, independent? What's next for you?
This all has been so fast for me, and actually someone scooped my own exit. Some random person on Twitter got 3 million views saying that Lindy Lee is going to exit. I couldn't even own my own departure. So this is all happening really quickly for me, but you might see me at the inauguration. I don't want to say too much right now, but somebody on Team Trump already reached out to me. They've been incredibly gracious, and on day one, they were kinder to me and more humane than the DNC ever was.
Wow.
And I just think that speaks volumes, yeah.
She raised millions of dollars for the Democrat Party. And she was like, hey, I don't necessarily know that using it for this, and this are appropriate. They called her the C word. She has to turn her comments off on social media. She's being threatened. Did you hear what she called the Democrat Party? A cult. It's true. There are folks on our side of the aisle right now who will hear me on PHT and go, oh, you just love immigrants, don't you? Legal ones, skilled ones that can contribute, yeah. There are folks who are like, no, we need no immigrants ever again. Okay, well, we can disagree on that. But here's the thing. On our side of the aisle, there are diverse viewpoints. I have mine. You have yours. Someone else has theirs. Someone else has theirs. As Lindy Lee just told you, if you have a differing viewpoint from Big Brother in the Democrat Party, you're excommunicated, you're shamed, you're bullied, you're doxxed, you're harassed. Psychological terrorism, she called it. She said that once Team Trump found out about her departure, she's got connections to very deep pockets. She could be a force to be reckoned with, possibly for the Trump campaign or for the Republicans in the 2026 midterms. She raised millions of dollars for the Democrat Party, and they cast her aside because she had a different opinion, because she thought the way they spent all that money was ridiculous, because she was brave enough to come forward and address it when so many others just are feeling the same way but don't want to address it because they don't want the retribution. They don't want the blowback that she got. The Democrat Party is a cult. You heard it from her. Is she white? No, she's Asian. Lindy Lee. That's how the Democrats treat their own when they just ever so slightly step out of line. Ever so slightly. And she wasn't like a low-level, how do you do type of person. She's raising millions of dollars. She put a lot of that money into the war chest. And it was literally lit on fire. On BS. They went into so much debt that the DNC had to fire a third of their staffers. A third. Imagine being the pro-DEI. We love it. Inclusion. You're not included anymore on the payroll. You're out. Because Kamala spent too much money. Unbelievable. Hour 3 is in the books, as the great Pete Rose would say. No, not Pete Rose. I'm so sorry. Pete Rose. Rest his soul. My gosh. God rest his soul. Howie Rose. Put it in the books, right? I know the Met fans love it, but the Philly fans don't like hearing that. I'm sorry. I apologize. Only a little bit, though. Hour 3 is in the books. We'll be back with the fourth and final hour here on 1210 WPHT. Number to weigh in, 855-839-1210. Give us a call. We're back to start hour 4, the fourth and final hour here on this Boxing Day, on this Thursday morning on 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles and gifts for women and men. Shop on TV or online. Plus, new JTV customers save up to $50 when you shop at jtv.com/radio.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. They're almost here. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has a lot of ways to pick up that W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, you can also put bets on which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and a lot more. So visit FanDuel.com/Dom. This way you're all set up for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Dom for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. You have to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your Penn State Nittany Lions are heading to the Fiesta Bowl on New Year's Eve.
Touchdown, Penn State! The Nittany Lions respond!
Penn State's postseason continues, advancing to the CFP quarterfinal to face Boise State.
He's close, he's there, touchdown, Penn State!
Catch all the action New Year's Eve starting at 7 p.m.
Kyle drive into the end zone for a touchdown.
Here on your home for Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Where will 2025 take you? With an education from University of Maryland Global Campus, it could take you towards your next success. An accredited state university, UMGC helps working adults like you learn the skills you need for the career you want. And with no application fee through February 12th, there is no better time to start. Choose from more than 135 degrees and certificates in career-relevant fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Plus, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks for most courses, personalized support, and lifetime career services. And with transfer credits and scholarships for those who qualify, UMGC can help you take a leap forward no matter where you are in your education journey. Classes start soon. Apply now and get your application fee waived through February 12th. Visit umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon, in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Fourth and final hour on the way here on Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. My name's Sean Farish, guest hosting up until the end of the 9 o'clock hour. It is 9:03, and we're rocking and rolling. We got into the New York City subway situation this morning. We've been talking about DEI this morning, the depleted American talent pool for American businesses this morning. And so a lot of businesses, in some cases, are being forced to hire from overseas. As one of our previous callers mentioned, there are many companies and many policies in place incentivizing these businesses and pushing them in a direction away from hiring American work. That's a problem. That should stop. A wide range of topics here, and a couple of callers waiting. So let's start off with Mark in Conshohocken. What's up, Mark?
Hi, Sean. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, Mark. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Look, there's a lot of factors into the mess that's in this country right now. Okay, number one, like you said, there's government incentive not to hire people from the United States, and the educational system's tearing down society. And here's another factor. It all starts in the home, too, because the parents don't make their kids go out and be responsible.
That's true.
I mean,
accountability. Accountability is something that matters. We got to teach accountability in the home. You're right.
Well, look, Sean, look at the trust fund babies. You see it every day. First of all, there's a sense of entitlement. You know what my entitlement would be? Putting my foot up my kid's butt. He'll be 40 years old next year. Spare the rod, spoil the child, right?
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. You see the participation trophy generation not doing too well right now.
Oh, yeah. And then the blame. Another thing. Responsibility gets blamed on other people. Like, for years and years and years. Now, if somebody goes in a bar and they start drinking, right, and they're all inebriated, they don't blame them. They blame the bartender.
That's true.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Well, they served me the drinks. They served me. That's their job, is to serve you. Dude, you know what? You're right, Mark. The personal accountability in this country and in this society has been essentially, demonized and villainized. And it's been called every name in the book. You can't ask people to be personally accountable. That's not nice.
And you know what, Sean? Guess what? I said this years ago. Okay, I was a single parent, and I raised my son on my own. And let me tell you, I was at report card conferences. It's the parents' responsibility. I kept my son off the streets, and guess what? He's married now, 4 grandbabies, very responsible. And I tell him, this is what I tell him. I've told him this for years. If you go out to society, when you're out there in society, and you act like a coconut, I'm going to find out, because guess what? I'm 63 years old, and you'll run across somebody who knows me. And if you make me look bad, I'll kick your butt all over the joint. I don't care how old I am.
Well, you know what, Mark? You must have done something right with them. He's got the 4 children, and that's amazing. So give yourself a pat on the back. You ought to be proud of yourself for what you've accomplished there. And you know what? More people need to be like that and start raising better kids.
And here's another thing, Sean. My kids, my grandbabies behave themselves, and my son is not a criminal.
Good for you, and good for them. And that means you did a job, and that means that's a good reflection on you, Mark. And that is what our country needs. So we appreciate, I appreciate hearing your story. Appreciate hearing, appreciate your call and you being here and contributing, because I honestly, this is what I'm talking about. All right, this is what I'm talking about with where society is right now. If we're not going to take, and as a country, I see a lot of people beating their chest. No immigrants. We can't have them. I say, well, if they're legal and they're the best and most qualified person for the job, why shouldn't they get the job? Because they came from somewhere else? Shouldn't these businesses want to hire the best? Doesn't hiring the best incentivize being the best? I think it does. right? I mean, think back to like way early, right? You played like pickup football with your friends. Nobody liked being picked last, right? Everyone loved being picked first because then it means like the people who were picking you thought you were the best player to pick, right? Well, that incentivizes being the best. If you played sports or any sort of competitive environment, you're maybe in a sales job, and you got your leaderboard up in the office. Everyone wanted to be in the top. How do you get to the top of the sales board? By being diverse? No, by being a good salesperson, by making the most deals, by generating the most revenue for whatever company you're selling, by moving the most units. I sold paint. We loved being at the top of the district leaderboard. Why? Because, it's like, whoa, you guys doing great things. We took a store that was making, bringing in $400,000, $500,000 in sales to $1 million over the course of 3 years. We loved it. There were better bonuses. There was more incentives. You got recognition. You got, different awards and cherries on top for success. We didn't sell paint because we were diverse. We sold paint because we knew how to do it. We got Caroline now in Olney.
She has dropped.
Oh, she dropped. I was looking forward to speaking with her. She had a reputation, from what I understand.
She is a liberal caller who calls into the radio station a lot, and she kind of sounds like this. And I don't think that Donald Trump, but she's a good caller. She's very good.
Okay.
She's a very good caller.
That's good.
And
I mean, all viewpoints are welcome.
Absolutely.
I would have no problem. With what's the slogan, right, that we hear? Free speech lives here. I love it.
Yes.
I would. You know what? This is my thing. The more speech, the better. Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, the whole hate speech. This is hate speech. That's it. There are things we shouldn't say, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be respectful of other people. But, the left has taken that and they've said, well, that's hate speech. Well, what's hate speech? Well, saying MAGA. Well, why is saying make America great again hate speech? It's because they don't like it. That's the problem. I don't care who says what. We do calls on my Rumble show all the time. And I say, if you're a liberal and you're listening to the show, you're probably not. It's probably hard for them to sit down and listen to. But call in. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Exactly.
Don't just scream and yell on social media. Let's have a conversation.
Exactly. I say to family members all the time, look, you're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change your mind. But I'm always going to love you no matter what.
Let's have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation.
The more speech, the better. And honestly, it comes back to this idea too of may the best, insert whatever it is here, win. The best ideas will win. The best people will win in a purely merit-based system. That's where we got to go. Don't incentivize companies to hire people because of what they look like or where they come from. They need to be incentivized to hire the best people, whether they come from the United States or somewhere else. I want them to come from the United States. I want this country to produce the best talent in the world. The problem is we have a system right now that isn't interested in doing that. That's the issue. When you look at Wikipedia, right, this is like the shining model right now of how our country prioritizes things. And you see in their budget effectiveness at $39 million and DEI at $51 million. There you go. That's our education system. That is our workforce. That is our government. That is our military. That is our news media. That's everything. We are prioritizing being effective last behind meaningless issues. And that is why we find ourselves in this situation.
Hey, Sean.
That is why we find ourselves with that. Yeah, what's up?
I just want to say Caroline is back if you want to take her right now.
Let's
Caroline,
bring her on.
We said that you were a good caller, and we do mean it. Caroline, hi, how are you?
Hi. I didn't appreciate Jimmy's impersonation of me. I thought that was very rude. But anyway, the reason why I called is your position on mass deportation. I disagree with it. According to economists, if Trump deported all the undocumented migrants that are here, it would tank the economy because half of the people who work in agriculture are undocumented. 1 out of 7 of the people who work in construction are undocumented. A lot of people who work in the hospitality industry are undocumented. And
Okay.
so this would and you'll say, well, we could get Americans to do that job, but you
We
see a
can.
lot of people like that are working for Amazon. They are getting $22 an hour now, and they want more. And people who are working for Starbucks, they get $18 an hour now, and they
Okay,
want
so
more.
so let me ask you
So
this.
these
No, hold on.
people,
No, Caroline, let me ask you.
yeah,
So
go
these
ahead. Go
undocumented
ahead.
immigrants, I want to have a conversation with you. Trust me, this is not going to be
Right.
I'm asking a legitimate question, right? So the folks that are working for
Right.
Amazon that are American citizens are asking for more money. So your argument to keep the undocumented is that they're cheap labor? Is that it? Is that a nice thing to say
Well,
about
I
undocumented
don't,
immigrants that they can
I
work cheap?
no, I don't say they should be oppressed, and I think they should get more. But if we had to pay Americans that amount of money, do you know what your tomatoes would cost and your other fruit? And another thing, he wants to put tariffs on goods that are coming into this from Mexico. Half of our
Yep.
produce comes in from Mexico.
But
So
he's going to do
you're
that.
going to
He
be
can
paying.
do that by eliminating. He could do that by eliminating the income tax, though, right? So we used to do this, right? Under McKinley, we did this. It was tariffs. It wasn't an
Right.
income tax. So the only time you paid the quote unquote tax is when you consumed something. Which is, don't you believe that's more fair, or do you think that they should just take money
Well,
even if you're not consuming anything, right? I mean, think of it this way:
yeah,
if there was no income tax, if the federal government did not draw money from you, just from existing and from working and from generating a
Right.
wage and earning a wage, but
Mhm.
instead they generated money on tariffs, and you did have to pay more for the things that you bought instead of paying more for tomatoes, as you mentioned, and having money come out of your checks. Don't you think that's more fair to the American citizen?
Well, half of the people in this country pay no federal income tax. So
Where
you're
do you get
talking
that
about a
information?
national.
Half of the people,
Well,
half of the people
from
don't pay taxes in
well,
this country.
well,
Half.
almost half. But Romney said it, and he got into a lot of trouble for it. So you're talking about a national sales tax, which would be very regressive and oppressive on poor people. And furthermore, I heard an economist talking on the Wall Street Journal today. The economy is stable now, and they're worried that anything that Trump does will hurt the economy, that whether it be tariffs and this mass deportation. So that's going to hurt the economy. And then
What about Donald Trump's first
policy?
Donald Trump's first term, though, where we had before COVID, Caroline, we had more job openings in the United States than Americans than people actually looking for jobs. That's one of the most health. That's one of the healthiest signs of the economy. You have a burgeoning industry right now emerging in this country, crypto and the blockchain, right? Where we could be at the cutting edge of a lot of new innovation in this country that Donald Trump and his administration has prioritized as a way to generate new jobs and new businesses in this country.
Yeah.
So, with all due respect to this economist in the Wall Street Journal, I mean, I could find several economists who believe what Donald Trump is going to do is going to help this economy, much like he did in the first term.
But most economists say the economy is good now, and the best thing he could do is leave it alone. And I
No,
saw
most
a
economists.
story-
No, that's most economists that you're watching. But I see a different set of economists that say the opposite.
Well, I saw a story on CBS News this morning, and he plans to put tariffs on toys and everything coming in from China, Mexico.
Well, they're not made in
Canada.
this country. Shouldn't we incentivize us to make things in our own country? Why should we rely on other countries to make our toys? Why shouldn't we make them here in America?
I think Americans should have to compete. I don't think it should be handed to them that they're going
But
to
Americans
get
can't
the
compete.
job
Okay. Well, you talk about oppression, Caroline, right? Oppression. You don't like people being oppressed. Do you know who makes those toys in China? Oppressed kids.
Well,
Are we okay with that? Are we okay with that?
No, I don't think anyone should be exploited, but I don't want to see Americans have to purely buy American and have to pay a lot more for it. And furthermore, his tariffs will put these mom and pop stores out of business because
Not if
Walmart
the goods and services, not if the products that they are supplying are from America, they won't. You see, this is what it means to bring things in-house. You're incentivizing our country to utilize our products made by our people in fair conditions. We have great policies here that protect the workers. It's not perfect, but we don't have what happens in China. We don't have what happens in Cambodia. We don't have what happens in Taiwan. We don't have what happens in Vietnam. You know, your Adidas sneakers or some of the things that you wear were probably put together by somebody working in slave conditions. That's not to make you feel bad, Caroline. I wear the stuff too. Okay, but my point, my point is, but my point is, if we incentivize, if we're talking about ethics and we're talking about oppression and we're talking about being kind and we don't want people to be exploited, as you just said, the best way to do that is to make those products here. We can ensure that they're not being exploited the way that they're being exploited in these other countries where they're slaves putting together your clothes, slaves putting together your toys, slaves putting together the food that and some of the things that we're using for our pets, right? I mean, isn't it better? Wouldn't we all feel better at the end of the day to know that an American who wasn't working in a sweatshop put together the product that you're using?
But it would take a long time to transition. And are you
so we shouldn't do it at all because it's going to take a long time?
No, but are you willing to pay $50 for a pair of blue jeans because they were made in America and you can get the same
I pay $40. I pay $40 for
and
that same pair that was made in China if I buy it in Walmart. What's another $10? Listen, I think look, I understand what you're saying that it's going to have short-term negative effects, but we have to look at this as a long-term thing, Caroline. And I really appreciate your call. I do. I appreciate you raising this issue. I do. I really do. It's great to have this conversation. But yes, and to answer your question, I would be willing to pay more knowing that I am supporting directly an American business and an American job. I would much rather pay a little more knowing that I am supporting an American business and an American job. And I'll tell you what, I have supported the parallel economy, and the sponsors that are on my Rumble show are American businesses. We have a farm in Northern California, OFP Farms. I exclusively use their lip balm. I love their soaps. Is it more expensive than if I were to go to Walmart and buy a $2 bar of soap? Yes, it is. But I know who I'm supporting. And I know what I'm supporting. And I know that the people that I'm supporting support my values. And hey, you may be a company that doesn't support my values, but if you're putting one of my countrymen, one of my American brothers and sisters to work with the money that I send you, rather than putting a Chinese slave, to work in a sweatshop, I'd much rather support that. Yes, I'd much rather support that. And that's what kindness looks like. That's what America First looks like. And that's what our country needs to get back to. Caroline raises really good points. Okay. She raises really good points, and I appreciate her call, and I love talk. That's the way we have to have conversations in this country. Thank you for the call, Caroline, and we do have to take a quick break. We're going to be right back here on 1210 WPHT. We're in the final hour today here on Boxing Day. Is Mike Johnson in a little bit of trouble in the house? Thomas Massey posted a poll on X yesterday, which may suggest that he is. We'll talk about that as we come back here on 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Sean Farish guest hosting until 10 a.m. We're back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Make 2025 the year you get started on your next success with the University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC is a school for real life, helping working adults like you learn the skills you need for the career you want. Choose from more than 135 degrees and certificates in career-relevant fields and earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience. Or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start January 8th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, we are back here, 1210 WPHT. It is Kayal and Company, Sean Farish, guest hosting for you up until 10 a.m. It is 9:26 in the morning. And we're having a good time here. Conversation is heating up about America First. We got a full deck of callers now calling in here, too. Want to respond and chime in and add to the conversation that we have been having all morning long. Thank everybody who is calling. We're trying to get to all of you guys and gals here. If we do get to this Thomas Massey story, he did post a poll on X. It's not very good for Mike Johnson, but I do want to get to the callers that we have. So let's start with Bo in Levittown, Pennsylvania. What's going on, Bo?
Hey, Sean, that last phone call, you handled it very well. But I'll tell you.
Well, thank you. I mean, and listen, she's entitled to her opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. We can have a conversation. And I love having conversations.
I respect that, but I'll tell you what, she's better than baseball as far as, what, because mine went up into my stomach. But beside that, what she was parroting is those talking points related to tariffs. And right. President Trump is just using these tariffs as negotiating tools. And I'm actually okay with tariffs. If they got rid of income taxes and just had tariffs, and I'm a CPA, and I have my own public accounting firm with 4 other partners and 3 offices, and I deal with successful entrepreneurs all the time, and they're all about spending their kids' inheritance if they want to, and they've built up businesses over the years and employ a lot of people, and they firmly believe in the old adage, a rising tide lifts all boats. Right. So if everybody's paying in, if everyone has skin in the game, meaning that they're all paying taxes, then everybody appreciates what they've done. I mean, I've built up a business over the past 40 years. You know, I feel successful. My children are the same way.
Yeah.
In fact, the greatest thing that happened was at 2 a.m. on Wednesday morning when my daughter came in and woke me up and said, "Dad, future President Trump has been elected." She goes, "Now let's watch all the other stations on MSNBC and ABC."
Yeah, that was a lot of
and I
fun
wanna
that
see
night, wasn't it?
I want to see Martha Raddatz cry, and I want to
Yeah.
see the meltdowns. And it was just as good as listening to you do the president's imitation and everything else that
Well,
you do.
thank
And
you.
the fact that you put up with the New York Jets.
Well, you get your shots in, right? I do put up with them. I don't put up with them well, but I do put up with them. And no, I would be fine with tariffs. You know, it's to me, if we eliminate the income tax, we go to tariffs, I'm fine. And I also love the fact that he's using them as a negotiating tool. It's true. He's going to, he's using it with Canada. You see what he's doing with Canada, with Mexico, with China. It's a great way to negotiate. It's a great way to impose your will. And you know what? We did it once as a country where we generated our revenue with tariffs and not an income tax. And if we go back to that, then we go back to that. Then so be it. Maybe it's a better way forward. After all of our tax money,
Sean,
a lot of it's being sent overseas.
And unlike that woman, I'm willing to pay a little bit more if the product's made in America.
Same here, 100%. Knowing
I
that
have no
that the
issue with
product
that
I
if
bought,
have to pay.
if the product that I'm buying was assembled by an American, or the money that I'm putting towards buying that product is going to an American business that is employing American people, there's no greater act of patriotism, in my opinion, than doing something like that.
Exactly, and a lot of times they're better made too. Most of the time.
That's right,
So
because they're not made under slave conditions.
I don't understand it, Sean. Just
well,
don't understand it.
You know what? Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and this is why, we love radio stations like 1210, WPHT, where free speech lives,
Sean,
right? We can have these conversations.
What you didn't say is opinions are like what's, and
everyone's got one, and they all stink,
that's
right?
Beside the point. So, but Sean, God bless you and your family. Take care, and I enjoyed listening to you. I'm going to put you back on. I'm at work, enjoying life, and it's all good. Take care.
All right, Bo. Thank you so much. That was Bo in Pennsylvania. We have Ann in Springfield, who's also here to chime in. What's going on, Ann?
Hi, Sean. I was going to call in before Christmas, but I didn't think you were taking calls because you're remote. So I'm glad to hear you're taking calls now. I just wanted to chime in on the pervasiveness of DEI and when people are going to figure it's done enough damage. If you think about it, it's coincidental, but DEI in the Catholic Church means of God, and it's part of the most sacred part of their mass. And I think there is a term, Agnus Dei, it means Lamb of God. So that's kind of coincidental. Then if you turn it around and spell it backwards, it spells IED, which is an improvised explosive device. And you know what happens if you encounter an improvised explosive device, an IED, you DIE. So I think it's time to retire the term and just retire the whole concept and make things good for everybody. Thank you.
Right. Well, we say DEI. I mean, we've been, and thanks for the call, Ann. We appreciate you. And, it's so nice to hear from everybody. This happened last time too on Christmas Eve. We had a lot of calls in the final hour, and it's great to hear from everyone. And I'm thankful that you're listening and you're supporting, my time on the station and the station as a whole. You're right about DEI, and there are plenty of acronyms that we can put forth here, like DEI. I say is didn't earn it. DIE. I know a lot of people refer to it as that. IED. I never heard of that one before, but that's true. Like an IED, a DEI will probably blow up in your face. So it's something that I think we have to work through as a country and prioritize merit, prioritize success and useful skills instead of these gender studies or underwater basket weaving or 17th century feminism in a treehouse. It's ridiculous. I think it's crazy. And it's hurting our country. It really is. It is stunting our country's growth. And I'm tired of seeing it. And I think a lot of people are tired of seeing it too. 77 million apparently are tired of seeing it. Donald Trump was sent back to the White House with a mandate to end this type of stuff and turn this thing around. And I think that's just what he's about to do. One more, Tom in Ocean City. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, Sean. Well, welcome to the Kayal and show company.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Thanks so much. What's on your mind?
All right, listen, you did an excellent job handling Caroline. I agree with the CPA to call. What that Caroline doesn't realize, and maybe she does, but she's obviously living in an echo chamber. She was very articulate.
No, I think we lost him. Did we lose him?
Yeah, he's gone. His cell phone was just going.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That stinks. He was on to something. He was on to something
he
good.
definitely
Tom,
was
if you get
on.
a better connection.
Call back, Tom, definitely, with a better connection.
Yeah, Tom, if you got a better connection, give us a call back. We're definitely looking forward to hearing what you had to say. You know, he brings up an echo chamber, and both sides are generally guilty of this. And I say this all the time on my show on Rumble. And sometimes the audience gets a little upset when I say it. Not upset, but it's kind of, it's reality. You know, I look at when I'm given the opportunity to get behind a microphone, get in front of a camera, and talk to people and talk on these issues. That is an opportunity that comes with a lot of responsibility, right? And I see this happen a lot on the internet, a lot of shows, a lot of people across the whole media ecosystem. They'll say things that they know will get attention, or they know will get their clicks, or build their followers up, or gain some online clout, and it might not be true. And it might not be true. Sometimes people say it, they make a mistake. It is what it is. But, you know, there were these conversations after Butler, right, after the assassination attempt on July 13th, that there was a shooter in a water tower, and he ziplined into an SUV. This clown on Twitter, Tony Saruga. I geo-tracked all of these cell phones. Never provides the evidence. That's usually the key sign that you're dealing with a BS artist. But a lot of people do it, and I say, one of my favorite things to say is, I may not always say what you want to hear, but I will tell you what I believe is true. And sometimes what I believe is true is counter the going opinion on our own side of the issues. You know, there have been times where, you know, let's look at Biden and Harris. And I said, I think I've been saying it since March of 2024, after Joe Biden had that whale of a press conference, right, where he got the country of Egypt confused with Mexico. I say, you'd much rather run against Biden than you would against Harris. No, she's the word salad queen. She's inept. She's drunk. She's stupid. She's unpopular. I said, yeah, but you know what? Their first thing they're going to do with Harris? They're going to hit you with woman of color, woman of color, woman of color. And she's younger. She doesn't have dementia. It's easier to pick on him than it is for her. He's the president. She's not. People said, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Joe's got to step down. He's the stronger candidate. Who was the stronger candidate? Harris was the stronger candidate. Wasn't popular to say, but she was. All right. She still lost in epic fashion. A couple of points in the popular vote. I do think, though, if Trump ran against Biden in the 2024 election, I think you would have seen Jersey flip, Virginia flip, Minnesota flip, New Mexico flip. I mean, you would have seen like a very close to Reagan-Mondale map. New York probably would have stayed blue. California probably would have stayed blue. But like these like tier 2 swing states like Jersey, Virginia, New Mexico, Minnesota, New Hampshire, places like that, I think you would have seen those places flip also if Biden was running. Because think about it. You know, they had those talking points. Kamala's got people at her rallies and Beyonce and this and that. Nobody was showing up for Joe. Nobody was enthused. It was nothing. They couldn't even pay people to show up for him. So I always say, you know, and Tom, who was just on with us, you know, brought up an echo chamber, that Caroline and whatever, she's in an echo. But a lot of us are too in some cases. In some cases, not all. The facts are on our side, I believe. But it is important to hear from the other side. and mock when necessary. But most importantly, engage in that conversation. You know, it's the reason why the only clips that go viral from CNN are ones with Scott Jennings. It's the reason why the Five, as infuriating as Jessica Tarloff is on Fox News, is important, because at least you get to see her present an idea and it get debated and either debunked or discussed. That is where, again, if we go to purely a merit-based system, the best ideas will win. The best ideas will win. And that's why I firmly believe it. I've always believed it. On a level playing field, we're undefeated. On a level playing field, we are undefeated. But when you start exerting influence on the game, whether it's from the officials or from the rules, that's when things get sketchy and hairy. We will be right back to wrap up another amazing day here on 1210 WPHT for Kayal and Company. My name's Sean Farish. I'm guest hosting for the next 20 or so minutes until 10 o'clock. We're back with This Day in Music History, maybe a little This Day in Boxing Day history on the other side of this break. It's 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company, Sean Farish guest hosting for you until 10 a.m. We'll be right back after this.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My life is officially going on hiatus. My timeline will be inactive for 12 days. I'm not even opening the stinking app. If you spend your holidays pontificating over the drones and recording videos,
Feel personally attacked.
you know what? Seriously, start a family, okay? Start a family, create kids, go get laid, get drunk, spend something, buy something you can't afford, treat yourself to a gift. Just enough of the drones already. Enough!
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
That's why I don't go online without connecting to NordVPN. I don't want anyone stealing my personal information and snooping on my browsing activity. Also, TechRadar named NordVPN as the most trusted VPN by casual users and experts. Features like Threat Protection Pro safeguard your devices from phishing websites, scan downloads for malicious files, and disable intrusive ads and trackers so you can surf more safely online. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. By the way, you can protect up to 10 devices with one account. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wrapping up hour 4 here on Kayal and Company. Little Three Doors Down coming in, huh? If I go crazy, will you still call me Superman? Yes, you will, because I'm not a crazy person. I would never go crazy. I love Three Doors Down. They are, by the way, an amazing live show. Very, very talented group. One of those groups that are better live than I believe they are in studio. They're awesome. They're a great group. From Mississippi, I think. big supporters of our troops. And I believe they played at Donald Trump's his first inauguration, as did Toby Keith. We'll have to go to Phil Almquist on that. He's the music guy. He's our music guy and my brother in suffering of the New York Jets. Tom from Ocean City is back with a better connection. Let's go to Tom real quick before we hit up Phil with music history, and we'll talk to Barry Sable as we close out the hour. He's filling in for Dawn. What's up, Tom? Welcome back.
Sorry about that drop call, Sean. Anyway, I'll start where I left regarding what Caroline was saying. The one thing about Donald Trump, when he says something, it's not like when Obama drew a line in the sand. It's not like when Biden was saying, don't. Even not as president, when he makes a threat, when that's what Caroline was addressing, it's a negotiating starting point. But they believe Trump is, I mean this in a good way, air quotes, crazy enough to follow through on what he says. Tariffs, he uses it as a cudgel to try to level the playing field, and also to use it to get to a better position, let's say, on Mexican border security, Canadian border security. Look, Justin Trudeau flew down, and Trump made a fool of him. And also, we got the phone call from Mexico. Now, as far as the other issue goes, mass deportation, that's another negotiating point. There are so many illegal aliens in the country that are here that already have orders to be deported by judges. Was it 2 million, Sean? Something like that? I forget.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's going to take them quite a while to get those people deported. And then the criminal illegal aliens, which, the gotaways and everything, it's going to take a long time. So I don't think Caroline has to worry about losing the caddy on the golf course or any tomato pickers or,
Well, that's the thing. There was a guy on one of the mainstream outlets, CBS or something, who, before Thanksgiving, I believe his name was Castro. Actually, he was a congressman out of California, I believe. Yes. And he said that. The people who picked your food, those are illegals. The people who clean your toilets, those are illegals. And I'm like, could you just imagine if Matt Gaetz said these things? What the reaction would be? Oh, he thinks they're here to clean toilets. What a terrible guy!
And I actually have skin in the game. My son works at Hard Rock, and they're bringing in a lot of people who, and they have a point that hey, they need workers. They can't have them. They're bringing them in legally, to work. So yeah, all right. Maybe eventually you can give some of those people a path to citizenship. But that we have so much to do to clean that all up. Caroline's never going to have to worry. And real quickly regarding Johnson. I heard you talk about him. I really like him, and I still do. However, you've seen Godfather 1. I don't know if Johnson's a wartime consigliere. He's a Tom Hagen.
I don't know. Johnson to me seems to be a little too, and I get he's working with very slim margins, right? Yeah. So I understand that, and in many cases, Congress does have to compromise on legislation. It's been going on since the days the country was founded. But I would like to see a little more strength. I'd like to see a little more strength.
He came in with looked more like an omnibus than a continuing resolution. I mean, what he came in with was those 1,200 pages. He knew that stuff wasn't going to fly, particularly since he has such a narrow margin. I think he lost confidence to some of the more moderate members bringing that thing in. Maybe if he brought in really skinny and had a better negotiating position to start with. But I still like him, and I still think he's the only game in town right now, unless they got something up their sleeve. But
yeah,
anyway,
and that's the only problem is. Massey put a poll up on X and said, should we vote for Johnson or somebody else? And, it was like 97-3, somebody else. But you got to be careful because, you get a few swampies and they'll elect Hakeem Jeffries. So, it's the devil you don't.
Exactly.
It's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. So we got to have a plan if we're going to make a change.
Exactly. And listen, I appreciate you filling in. When I turned on the radio for Kayal, I had forgotten he's on vacation. I said, it sounded like a younger version of Zioli, but don't tell him I said that, when I first tuned in.
I've heard that a lot, Tom. Thank you so much for your call. I've heard that a lot. They say, you sound like Zioli. I will take that as a compliment because that man is highly respected, right? We love Rich. He's a great guy, highly respected guy. Oh man, great stuff with the calls. The last hour again was full of commentary from the community, which I love. It's my favorite type of radio. It's my favorite type of show when it's not just a guy talking, right? I love to give you my opinions, but I like to hear feedback. I love to have conversations. I grew up listening to, a lot of sports radio, WFAN, et cetera. And it was like, this caller, here's who should have came in the 8th inning. And then another guy, no, it should have been this guy. And then the host was like, no, it should have been this guy. And I'm like, look at all this. This is diverse opinions in sports, right? So, in the grand scheme of things, in terms of how it impacts our life, meaningless, unless you were like me, where the Jets actually made me sick. And they still do. My brother in suffering, Phil Almquist knows what I'm talking about. But hey, before we get to this day in music history, I want to, this day in Boxing Day history, right? So in 2004, I think we had a tragedy in Indonesia. The tsunami hit in 2004. I believe it was 20 years ago today, right? The Boxing Day tsunami, and there's a documentary. There's a documentary on National Geographic about it, and it's tough to watch. December 26, 2004, but there was that big earthquake, and it just sent ripples around the world, devastated a lot of these places. That's why we have a tsunami warning system. Also, the Boxing Day snowstorm. Who remembers the Boxing Day blizzard? The Boxing Day blizzard in what year was that? In the Northeast. Jersey got hit the hardest, December of 2010. The Boxing Day blizzard up and down the East Coast and parts of New Jersey with nearly 3 feet of snow back in the overnight hours of December 26th into December 27th. So, a couple of interesting Boxing Day traditions. And, of course, 14 years ago to the day, as the great Phil Almquist mentioned to me earlier.
The Jets qualified for the playoffs the last time, 14 years ago today.
14 years ago.
Today.
14 years ago, Philip.
Yep. Yes, 14.
What are we going to do about it?
We're going to talk about music and move on. That's what we're going to do.
Well, let's talk about music, and let's get to this day in music history. Make me feel better, Phil. Make me feel better. This day in music history with the great Phil Almquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 26th, we celebrate the birthdays of Lars from Metallica, who's 61, Chris Daughtry, who's 45, Jay Younger from White Zombie, who's 58, Paul Quinn from Saxon, who's 73, and Peter Klett from Candlebox. Signacle I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles in 63, Tequila by the Champs in 57. By the way, that was a B-side. She Drives Me Crazy by Fine Young Cables in 88, and Different World by Iron Maiden in the UK in 2006. Albums include Gates to Purgatory by Running Wild in 84, and America's Debut in the UK in 71. Also in 81, AC/DC, For Those About to Rock, We Salute You was atop the album chart. In 79, Pink Floyd was atop the same chart. In 66, Jimi Hendrix wrote the lyrics to Purple Haze. In 68, Led Zeppelin started their North American tour, opening for Vanilla Fudge. In 76, the Sex Pistols recorded God Save the Queen. In 73, The Exorcist opened in theaters. And in 86, the Beastie Boys kicked off their License to Ill tour with a show in New York City. By the end of that tour, License to Ill became America's first #1 rap album, and thousands of VW albums would go missing as fans steal them to emulate Mike D's signature look. But lastly, I really couldn't pass on this nugget, even though the anniversary was yesterday. On December 25th, 1975, Iron Maiden was formed. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist. And by the way, Sean, real quick on Three Doors Down, seen him twice this year. Amazing. They'll be back here in Philly next year in Camden with Creed again. And hi, Barry. How are you?
It's Christmas.
Christmas
Mr.
was
Phil.
fantastic. How was your Christmas?
It was quick. Listen, how are you down there, Sean?
Oh, I'm doing really well. I'm in Tennessee. I'm not in New York City. We're not in the Northeast, and we're doing well. I got to ask Phil this question: what did you think of the Jet Bowl the other day? Sam Darnold versus Geno Smith with Mark Sanchez in the booth.
It proves good coaching does wonders in the NFL.
I don't even know what you
Although,
guys.
I don't think I would have given Geno 10 years to bloom.
I neither, but
he did go from the Jets to the Chargers,
and he wasn't really that good
yeah.
for a few years, and it finally just broke through with good coaching. But
Sean, you guys are talking about good coaching. You guys out of your mind? When's the last time you've been to the Super Bowl? What are you guys talking about?
When I was 3 months old.
You know what? We're 1 for 1. We have a 100% win rate in the Super Bowl.
That is true.
And you're welcome, by the way. You're welcome, by the way, because I'll tell you this: if the Jets did not win the Super Bowl in 1969, we never would have walked on the moon.
This is
okay?
true.
Because NASA looked at that and said, if the Jets could win the Super Bowl, we could walk on the moon.
We could go to the moon.
Provided the inspiration. Yes.
And listen, you had the best looking quarterback that I've seen in a long time, didn't you? In those days, what a handsome
with Mark
guy.
Sanchez.
Huh?
We had with Mark Sanchez too, and then he ran into Brandon Moore's backside and fumbled the football. So sometimes
Yeah, we had that
looks can
lead
be
in
deceiving.
'98, and then at the half, and then blew it, and then Denver walked over Atlanta in the Super Bowl.
Listen, Phil,
We routed Atlanta in the regular season that year.
Phil, I need some help.
Yes,
I
Barry.
agree with Sean's callers. He is a pro's pro. And as you know, I'm a rookie around this station.
Yes.
I want to fly to Nashville for his tutelage because he is a pro's pro.
He's very good.
Can you fit me in, Sean?
Listen, I can fit you in. Listen, I mean, I haven't been doing it that long. So I filled in the first radio I did was last year on 1210 WPHT.
Oh,
but I've been
my
listening.
Lord.
for a
Yeah, you
long
actually
time,
may
and I
have
went to
beat a
school for
Barry.
it.
Yeah, I did beat you. Then wait a second. You're the rookie, not me. I'm here now about a year and a half. And I have to tell you something. And I have to just reclaim what you said today. It is really a privilege to be on the air, is it not? My
Oh,
God.
it is.
You know?
100%. And it's so nice to speak with so many people and diverse viewpoints, too. We get folks calling in, and we're having a good time. And we're, at 4 hours. I mean, I was up 6 o'clock, like I blink. It's 10. It's almost time to go. I can't believe it. It goes by so fast because it's so much fun. They say time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
Time really flies when you're doing radio.
Sean, give me your
Especially on 1210 WPHT.
Of course. Give me your resolution 2025. What's going to happen in this country, my friend?
Well, all the bad hombres are getting flung out by the Trump pult. That's number one. We're going to
Uh-huh.
get rid of these people. We're getting them all out.
I love that.
No, I think, you know what? It's time to clamp down on the border, and it's time to restore common sense. Let's get back to common sense in America. Let's shut down the Department of Education, send it back to the states. And how about we focus a little bit on homeschooling? Let's bring it back to the home. Let's teach lessons that need to be learned in the home and really just get back to doing right by each other, okay, instead of catering to diversity. It would make the world and the country a much better place.
Yeah. Listen, when am I going to see you again? When I'm sitting in today, you're sitting in. I need you to get to Philly one of these days. Or if you're there and I'm here, I told you I want to do a show with you. Two rookies. Can we do it? I'm asking. How much is it going to cost me, Sean? I'll pay for it.
You're either going to have to come to Tennessee, which is the most likely because it's hard to get me out of this place.
There you go.
Or Greg's going to have to, Stocker's going to have to twist my arm, put together a sick event up in Philadelphia and say, hey, you got to come up for another event. We're doing another one. Because that mock debate that we had up in the end of October
Which was
an
my
absolute
birthday,
blast.
Sean. I don't know if you remember that or not, but that was actually my birthday.
Yes.
That was one of my coolest birthdays ever.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. It was so much fun being a part of that. The remote broadcast, being in the beautiful studio you got up there. It was awesome.
Hey, Sean, let me brag for 2 seconds. Did you see that Sixer win yesterday? Beat the Celtics in Boston. Did you see that?
Oh, I don't watch Chinese prostitution, and by that I mean the NBA. So
there you go. I don't have a defense for that. Do you, Phil?
No, I do not.
Yeah, and I'm in agreement with you, Sean.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually, it's funny. Basketball is I like the sport a lot. I think it's a very tough sport to play. And I'll watch college basketball all day long. I can't watch the NBA. I just can't. I used to, and I was a Knicks fan, and it's a fun game to watch. I can't.
I prefer the
LeBron and all
college
these
game
folks.
as well, Sean. So
Yeah.
it's all good.
Sean, it's all about
March
the money.
Madness right around the corner.
Follow
It
the
is.
money, is it not?
That's right. Always is. It's always about the money. And, look, most sports went woke. And I think things are starting to turn back in our favor. The NFL, Goodell still, got questions about him. But you see people doing the Trump boogie on the field and things like that. It would be nice to start, can we just play the sport and get back to playing baseball and football and basketball? If that happens, I'll be watching.
The president-elect, you mentioned something which is true. He has really ingratiated his heart in other people's hearts. He's really terrific, this guy, as far as I'm concerned. He has shown a different side than we may have seen when he first ran years ago, obviously, in his first stint. This guy, wherever he goes, people appreciate it. Sean, and I mean this, going forward, I think America is going to radically change and metamorphosize into something different than we've seen. I think that a lot of healthy things are going to happen.
I think so too, and I think the silver lining, and of the last 4 years, and I'm gonna have to go back and find it. I'm pretty sure I have it saved somewhere. I said it the day before inauguration 2021 when Biden was sworn in. I said, you know what, the silver lining is gonna be. This is gonna be. We knew it was gonna happen. This is going to be the biggest wake-up call and the most necessary wake-up call this country has ever had. And I see a lot of people using that talking point, saying, you know what? We needed to go through the last 4 years. We just like I always say, I'm thankful for living through Cuomo's COVID restrictions in New York because I know what it feels like. I had people in Tennessee, they live here in Murray County, and Andy Ogles was the mayor, and there were no restrictions. And when I tell them the stories, they're like, that didn't happen. I say, all of it did.
Yeah, of course.
All of it happened. And I'm thankful to have lived through it because I know what it's like. And I know what I never want to see happen again, especially down in this state now. So,
Sean, from your mouth to God's ears, amen. I mean that.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's right.
Great job
It's
today.
been a fun morning here. It's been a fun morning here on 1210 WPHT. I'll be back on Monday on the 30th, right before New Year's Eve. We'll do it one more time. So excited. And Barry, we hope you're filling in next.
Thank you, boys. I'm going to give it my best.
All right.
See
You always
guys.
do.
Take care. Have a healthy.
You do the same.
Thanks, bro.
Attention.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caregiver daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? On Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-622-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692